Hello. Fart. Sickening. How dare you? Hello, Jelly Duck. Hello, Cryo. Hope everyone's doing well on this fine Sunday. Hope everybody's excited to get into another fantastic new week. Sure, it's gonna be great. You're doing great. You almost did a nap after your hike. Ooh, that would have been nice. After hike nap. Ooh, that hits different. I like it. I like it. Wait, but did you not take your hike? Oh, but I knew a nap would wreck me. Okay, that's fair enough then. That's okay. That's not the worst thing that could happen. Uh, hold on. My post hike nap was postponed due to the time of the day. Oh, okay. Was it like midday? Because that would probably wreck you. That'd probably be pretty yeah, pretty too early. Currently just looking at lo-fi and stuff, so don't mind me. Just finding something good. Oh, I also learned that I won't be able to do the long walk this year. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. It's not ideal. You were so looking forward to that. Is it because something more important's happening? Both the viable locations while I'm in Canberra for wedding things. Fair enough. Well then, some things are just more important. That's okay. That's okay. We'll keep an eye on that, but yes. Keep an eye on that, but that seems like the lo-fi I'm gonna go for. Mildly more important. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Some things are just more important, and that's fine. So today, for those of you who don't know, going to be working on fundamentals. So we're going to be kind of chipping away and working my way through fundamental pieces. I even looked at doing the Adelaide one. Well, that one's later in the year, but that's closer to your actual wedding, though, isn't it? In theory, it's in October 27th. Yeah, yeah, it's too close to your wedding. It's too dangerous. Yeah, fundamentals. Yeah, we also might get to some thunder thighs, but I think today I'm going to be trying to work on hands. Hey, Dawn, ads. No, who jumped into ads? That's horrible. That's so tragic. So tragic. Into into a soup and one grey mouse. Yeah. Yeah, plop. Yeah, we're gonna be working on fundamentals. So I've got a book here, big book. You also have cats around asking for food. Well, you gotta feed Vex, Vax, and Keyleth, right? Some things are just very important. So, but yeah, today I think we're gonna be working on hands, just to kind of get a better idea of doing hands at various different angles, various different poses and proportions, and we're going to be doing both human hands, goblin hands, and all sorts of hands. Oh, hey, a mouse, kind of funny looking. That's rude. You shouldn't be saying that to people who have no control over that kind of stuff. That's very rude. How you doing, Rafe? Um, Fax is behind my monitors. Oh no, Vax, get out of there. Just currently trying to find the hand page in this book. So do not mind me. I may also have a book just dedicated to hands, so worst case, I can't find it in here. Ah, here we are. Never mind. You lost your note paper? Well, you just freaking find it. Rafe, what are you doing? What are you doing losing your papers? Give me the hand. Elbow. I mean, yes, very important. But hand. You found it. Yay! Such, such a short roller coaster. Carpals. Okay, here we go. Designing the hand. Here we go. We're good. Stay. I need to maybe like I don't know, maybe crack the spine of this book a little bit. It's kind of bending in. I've developed a thing where I keep doing a thing I keep doing to Wiki. Your brain can't stop. What is this thing? What are you doing to Wiki? What are you subjecting Wiki to? That poor Wiki. Where's my thing? I think for tonight I'm probably going to avoid my drafting pen just because I do want to actually do this in parts that I can actually visibly see. I might do it in layers, but it will most likely not be through like drafting. I don't want to necessarily do shading too much on this. I want to kind of focus on each piece individually. She'll say something, I'll hear her say what, and then when she answers, just go me, and a high pitched voice like me. Okay, interesting. That is a fascinating thing to do to a poor Wiki. Vax is trying to eat all the things, fake flowers, art tablet, chords. He hungry. Vax is just hungry. And I can't stop doing it. Oh dear, you have a problem. You have a problem. So the addiction to doing that kind of thing. It's real. It's real. But it's just so fun. Just to not be helpful. Just to be a petulant little bastard. How many fingers does a hand have? Many. A few. Like, we need to get dinner. Dinner, Gray, it's been 2 weeks. It's not been 2 weeks. You're wrong. You're incorrect. Fundamentally incorrect. Chris is tired, who I know and have known for a very long time, and whom I saw in my chat on Thursday night. Gray, I'm troubled. Yes. No, why are you troubled? What's going on? What's going on here? It's been 84 years. Depends on how we measure weeks. Yeah, exactly. How we measure time. But no, you measure time like I measure time. I'm not falling for that. Oh. It has Rafe. Oh, it has been 84 years. It has not. When I'm at work, all I want to do is write. When I get home, I can't fathom writing at all. Well, then, hey, guess what? You gotta write. Now that you've told me, if you haven't written something, I'm going to be very disappointed. Need more curve to him. Vax has been removed from the desk for now. Good, good. Freed yourself of the Vax. I'm gonna grab Sketchpad and draw Grey Mouse, then a random thing in Monster Hunter. Do it! Do it, Cryo! For now, yes. Removed for now. The last time I saw a Grey stream, the Titanic sank. That seems like an exaggeration. It's not like you're gonna read it. Absolutely not. You are going to send it to me, and I'm going to read it. There's another ad. No! Ad break ends in about 3 minutes. You'll be free, Dawn, but also it's brutal that you've been put in Put it to the ads again. A whole second time. So on a fundamental level, this is how a hand is drawn. Fundamental. On a basic level, this is how a hand is drawn. There's another ad. Nah! Oh no, it's the same message. I thought you'd just been hit by another ad for no other reason. That absolutely not was in response to the ad jail. I freed myself. Oh. Rage. No, Dawn. Poor thing. You'll be free soon. I'm finally free of ads. Yay, you're back. There's still a minute left though. Minute and 22 seconds left of ads. You might be thrown back in. Probably not, but you might be. So this is a very basic hand. Very, very basic. Like, brutally so. If I break it down into even more pieces and parts, I can break it down by joint and point. So we got a hand. Just gonna make it tiny and move it. Move it elsewhere. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on to what? My butt? My booty? My little patootie booty? Wahaha! What are you doing? What are you doing causing trouble? Give it a wrist. Give it a wrist. There, Rafe. But I also do want to explore like stylization and how the update in stylization will affect how I draw fundamental truths about the human body and things like that. Because, like, I can draw hands when it comes down to it, sure. But I want to understand how I draw hands. That's kind of important. Give it a wrist, Gray. Give it a wrist! I've already done it. I resubbed, so I have Angie Masivos back. That's what was the wahaha. Ah, okay. Welcome back, Rafe. Thank you for resubscribing. But yeah, if I have a better understanding of hands and thumbs and bits and pieces of the hand, well, the full body anatomy, because we're going to go through it all, then I will have a better understanding of how I can shade and how I can do just all sorts of things. Now to go through my book and find a page that doesn't have my boy's scribbles, just draw over them. Just draw over them. Make it abundantly clear that your work is more important. No. Teach him early. Teach him early that you the king. T is the baker's boy, which technically makes you the baker. Or I guess you know how it is. This book has the life art that I drew years ago. Oh yeah. Nice. Well, you got to keep that stuff. Keep all your art. I kind of wish that I had kept all my art myself. I didn't. And I regret it. Kind of. Break it down into like very minute pieces. It's kind of all that was. It was fun. Yeah, I'm glad. I've never done life like drawing. I'll admit. Or I've never done like a life drawing class. I guess it's more the correct technical expression. Hey mod chat, Rafe here. Someone ate all my chocolate bar. Singular chocolate bar. Rafe, you gotta do something about these break-ins. Very worrying. Your house does not sound very secure at all. Hey mod chat, Crow here. I think it was Rafe. I think so too. Rafe's been known to be a bit of a troublemaker. We install one of those door cameras, but I can't see anyone on the feed. Ah, well then further evidence that there is a problem. Clue number 1. The imposter is a phantom. Is that a clue? That sounds more like a theory. A game theory. Certainly doesn't sound like a clue. That doesn't sound like a clue. Trying to talk to someone who enjoys murder mysteries about what it could be. And you use clue instead of theory. Hypothesis. Madness. How deep does this wedge go in? Because this is the bit that I guess I struggle to comprehend, is the visualization of the curves. So these points actually I have the most trouble with, especially when it comes to like things that are constantly moving, like hands. I don't know. I don't read murder mystery. I don't really read. Okay, fair enough. You know what then? I'm proud of you for engaging it. So, because then that has like a big ball. Not a ball joint as it was, but basically because this is the thumb in its parts and pieces. It's kind of like that. So the thumb doesn't expand out as well. That would be very weird. But it's the corner. It's this corner bit which just boggles my little mouse mind. The wedge. Hold on, I have 2 hands. I can look at my own hands as well. For my hand, it looks like my hand just goes straight up. Like that. Maybe I'm going crazy. I tried to get through the Silmarillion in an attempt to dig up more info on Melkor and Marion. Myron. But I found out there were no dialogue parts, and it's impossible to figure out the characters based on that, so why bother reading? Yeah, that sounds like it would be needlessly complicated. But maybe I'm just not looking at my hand properly. Maybe I'm not looking at my hand as if it were a cluster of shapes. Like how I look at everything else. And this is what I'm trying, or figuring out. Trying to learn, trying to understand. It's the things I don't get that I'm trying to get, because I think until I put into practice myself and adjust things in a way that I can understand, I won't get it. You know? I don't learn through people telling me stuff. I learn through doing or figuring it out myself. Learn through action. Parts I just don't. I need to be able to draw any part of the body without the other parts of the body. If you know what I mean. Like, it needs to look like this without anything. So if I were to draw a severed thumb, just hypothetically, if I were to draw a severed thumb, then I need it to be recognizable as a thumb. And part of my problem that I've just realized is that I drew, it not as a part. There's no joint there. So there needs to be a joint. And from here, it's now easier to draw the rest of the hand. Whenever I train someone new on a thing, I'll give them an example of me doing it and then tell them to do it so they can understand it easier. Yeah, and like that for tasks like, jobs and things like that. That's great, especially if it's for something that they need to be able to physically do because they can kind of get through on muscle memory or motion, like that motion memory. With stuff like art, I find for me I need to be able to understand concepts before I can effectively draw it, as it were. So I never understood highlighting for a very long time until I could kind of get my hands I could get my hands on something that, like a tutorial that explained highlighting in a way that my brain could comprehend, and from there I could draw highlights or understand how to draw them. Without it, I was just a mess, or I just didn't do highlights, you know. So really, the part of this was the thumb. That's kind of the bit that mattered, and I think I've done that, or I've gotten on that, which is good. Cause yeah, trim away the faff. His fingers are weirdly bumpy when it comes down to it as well. That I'm learning. By example, I mean I take them step by step through the thing. That way they aren't running into it blind. Yeah, yeah, of course. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I get you. I get you. It's like learning something new is massively complicated, and if you're doing it just from like theory, then it's a nightmare. How many fingers do I have? This many. 17 fingers. Yeah, it's a lot of fingers. That's why it's so complicated to draw, because it's just you're working by sheer volume. I've kind of put these fingers at a bit of an angle, which is maybe not an ideal thing to do when I'm trying to draw um, something ideally less complicated, or breaking it down to its most basic parts. You know, breaking down a hand to be very basic is it's tough, because then yeah, like where does the rest of it go? It's about that, but the pinky is just in the wrong spot. If I give it just a little bit more distance from everything else, which is kind of want for a hand to do, weirdly enough, if you can believe it. Um, there we go. Then we actually have a more gooder hand. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Gonna just draw a bunch of hands until it becomes second nature. Draw a bunch of hands in parts until it becomes second nature. Maybe blow a couple of hands up until it becomes understood. But yeah, almost building like just a fundamental journal. Thumb. A thumb in practice. And I'll shrink it. Shrinky dink. Finished pieces go in the top corner. We come back to them later for further reference. However, I'm going to work on drawing at a different angle as well. Because that's kind of part of it, you know? What I'm learning in this book is that you gotta really, like, squish. Because there's a lot of, like, in the hand, there's a lot of fat around the thumb. And so when you bend the thumb around, you're moving a lot of, like, this, essentially like a ball of putty around when you move the thumb. And so that's kind of important to keep in mind. when drawing, you know. Okay, we're gonna draw a fist. So draw first the basic outline, and then build. And I'm gonna build inside it, you know. Somehow I've done a pretty okay job at at making a very fist-looking fist. So wrists, I do always kind of struggle. I do struggle a bit with wrists because I always feel because like looking at my wrists, I got some pretty small wrists. Got some pretty thin wrists, you know, wafer thin. Um, so I'm always like, well, this is probably not a universal. This is not a universal wrist. So I always got to be like, okay, a wrist is usually bigger than this, right? And we'll start with our good old friend, the thumb. I think my end goal for this is that I'm gonna do maybe an art piece this stream, and it'll be implementing what I've learned here tonight. It doesn't necessarily have to be Rat Baby themed, but it can certainly be hand themed. And something I do understand about like the fingers, so you almost kind of draw this little, you draw like a slide down before drawing it, but it is almost like three-dimensional space with these as well. I mean, it is because it's hand. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. I just be jabbering right now as I try and explain my thinking. And I think this is one of the things that I'm like so prone to doing most of all is that I will lead with the knuckles because I feel like the knuckles are almost always pretty static when it comes to the hand. You know, you get the wrist and then you get the knuckles, and then from the knuckles you draw the fingers. I think that just makes sense because like you don't really draw a tree from the branches, you draw it from the roots, and then you draw it from the base of the branches and then out, right? I mean, maybe you could draw from the branches, but that's when you're like skilled and you know your stuff. I also want to try and avoid just like copying the reference material I have here directly. Oh, gotta hydrate. But I'm getting so into it. I'm getting so in the zone. But you gotta hydrate, you know. I'll hydrate quickly. Ugh. Delicious. Delicious. I think I might, going forward, just like I'll use this time as like a bit of a drawing boot camp for myself. Get that right. Get a good bend. And what I'm seeing in a lot of these bits is that a lot of the fingers and will overlap each other. Just to make, oh, my hearing, my ears, just kind of like ringing. Hold on, in my brain. Yeah. You ever get that thing where like your hearing doesn't cut out, but you hear just that ringing and stuff? I just had that for a moment, and I was like, ah, trying to explain something. But yeah, like So I'm noticing a lot of these fingers are overlapping in some way, shape, or form. It's very interesting. Never look at hands until you're like, you have to draw them. That's, oof, it's messy. But that's kind of part of what I'm doing. Getting the messiness out. Also, the knuckles are never like aren't particularly straight or aligned with each other. So that's very scuffed, but the right, you know, we're going in the right direction, you know? Like, hands slowly but surely getting smaller. Because we've got still quite a bit. So what they're doing as well, they're drawing like ovals at these points to try and give it like a bit of depth or to try and kind of show what you should be doing with the knuckles. And so there's bits and pieces are definitely off, you know. Ray, what would you say is your defining feature? Right now my calves. My calves are pretty swole. Okay, bet. I guess they're pretty defined calves right now. Calves and thighs. Say no more. Oh dear. I'm worried. So like this is a relatively straightforward closed fist. I want to definitely work at it to make it just a little bit more anatomically correct, but we're getting there. I'm adding my whip of you. I'm sharing progress photos of. Oh, amazing, amazing! I can't wait to see them. There are definitely bits and pieces that I'm just fist. Fist maybe is a little too locked in, as well. So if I was to like do that, do that a bit more. I should have made it more than 2 inches tall. Yeah, maybe. You got to fit all that calf in, right? There's so much calf for you to fit in, and my massive badonk. I also feel like I could definitely do with giving some of these parts more space as well. I think mostly it's this part in here. Don't know why I drew it like that, but you know what I mean. Y'all know what I'm doing. If I actually give this knuckle a bit more space to grow, to grow and work, then I think we actually have a bit of a winner as a start, like that. Just a bigger, thick booty. Yeah. Still gotta send that calf picture to Torin. Definitely calf. I certainly didn't say anything else. I certainly didn't make a mistake. I didn't. I sure as hell didn't say some other part of the human anatomy accidentally. That's for sure. Is a fistal way I order. But I think yeah, we if we like we'll expand out as well, but like the idea is to just learn. Learn und build. I do like how that fist has turned out. Trying my best to just avoid relying on shading as well is kind of important. Because relying on shading is kind of. Because then if I rely on shading, then I'll be like, oh, this doesn't look like a hand until I've shaded it. That's not good. By the way, I don't have any erasers. Why? Uh, that's fine. You don't need erasers. Know where you're going. Straight to the top. Okay, we're gonna do slightly side on one now. 3/4. Drawing very messily, but it doesn't have to be clean. It just has to be good. Good and right. I also have a hand like one of those wooden anatomical models of a hand as well. I usually use it to hold stuff up, so right now I am actually using it as like a bit of a reference too. Even though I do have two working hands, you know. So I shouldn't necessarily need to use so many anatomical models. But I don't know, it's just safety. It's just a safety net. If I look at my hand, this is actually an angle that's quite hard for me to look at from my position. Tell me about your torso. It is a torso. What more do you need to know? Oh, we're getting a raid. Oh, it's Mitch. How you doing? Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Say no more. It is a present torso. Hello, how y'all doing? Let me give you a quick shout out. I may have been sat in on your stream, so I know what you were working on. But if you have any updates, please feel free to post them through. Everybody freeze! This is a raid. Oh, everybody stay calm. Please, yes, please enjoy the soup. We have a nice little soup laid out for everybody to enjoy. Tonight it is a leek and celery soup. Please enjoy. If you don't like leek or celery, I got some bad news for you. You're gonna have to enjoy the mushroom soup that we also have. Enjoy the soup. Also, that you're not eating that. Well, we also have a mushroom and rosemary soup for people who don't like celery or leek. So there you go. But how you doing? How you feeling about your eagle, Mitch? Because from what I could see of it, it was looking fantastic. I really love the way you've been like painting the feathers. It just looks so clean. I feel better today than yesterday about it. Well, that's good. It's always a win. Just a nice little step up. I like to hear it. Um, no, it's looking fantastic. Like I'm always really impressed with how well you do realism. Like sometimes I will pop into your stream for like the nice chill vibes, and I'll like you'll be starting on a cat or a dog or something like that, and I'll look away and look back, and you've just painted this like amazingly realistic eye, and I'm just like, like it sometimes blows my mind how you can kind of get all that get all that realism and depth in so quickly. I'm very, very impressed. I'm very inspired, especially as someone who's kind of jumped to a more cartoonish style. Watching someone do realism and do realism well is always really impressive. Oh, draw Pokemon from memory. Oh no. Speaking of realism, your arms, if someone were to describe them, they would say are larger than they used to be. But yeah, and also, Mitch, if there's anything you would like to share, please feel free to post a link, and we'll check it out. But if not, no pressure, of course. So I've got a Pokemon to draw from memory, so we're going to be moving across to drawing an Escavalier. Is that the sword one? That doesn't look like a sword. I get to look at the Pokemon for a second if it's one that I've never heard of, and then I get to draw it. So I quickly looked it up, saw it for a split second, did not know what I was looking at, and so let's get started. Let's get started. For those of you who don't know me, also as an introduction of those who have jumped in from Mitch's stream, I'm Greymouse Inc. Hello. I am an Australian comic illustrator from Adelaide, and Tonight we're just currently working on some fundamentals, just drawing hands, figuring out how hands work and how to make them look good. But now we're also drawing Pokemon from memory. I've drawn Pokemon from memory that I didn't know what it was once. Probably ended up like a Digimon. Ooh, well that's way better than like some of mine. Some of my Pokemon have it goes one of two ways. I'm either pleasantly surprised or horrified. I think actually I wonder, do I have? Gonna just show this. Yeah, there's a big massive images. I've got a few Pokemon lying around. Let me see if I can find them in my mess. Other Pokemon. Oh yeah, I got this one. Let me pull this out. Pull this out of its filing space. Rowlith. I've drawn a Rowlith. This wasn't from memory, but I have drawn it. Oh, there's so many drawings here. Let me check. Did you know artist invented pockets so that they didn't have to draw hands? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's one way of doing it. That's for sure. So I've drawn this Rowlith. It's the Mets because he kind of looks like Kingpin. That's one I've been pleasantly surprised with. He is wearing a suit, but that was because it was funny. Let me move that little blob. He's wearing a suit, but that's because he kind of looks like Kingpin. And it was a realization I had when I was like, it was drawing him. I was like, he kind of looks like Kingpin. And then I drew him in a little suit saying it's the Mets. So yeah, but that's the kind of artist I am. Is that I'm like, I haven't played Pokemon. I like a Pokemon game for about 10 to 12 years, so I have no knowledge of them. Go the Mets. Yeah, it's about the Mets, Spider-Man. Yeah. But yeah, so like, oh no, yeah. The longer I talk, the more I forget what this Pokemon looked like. I need to focus. No, yeah. So like, I more often than not am very pleasantly surprised with how the Pokemon turn out. Um, I finished my Perfect Realism. Ooh, I will definitely check it out when I get the chance. Um, but yeah, like this one I've never even heard of. I took a glance at it and I was even more confused, I think. And my brain is slowly but surely forgetting its features. That's fine. Every Pokemon game after the 3DS sucked anyways. Ah, well, that is disappointing to hear. Because Pokemon, yeah, it was good. I mean, is good to a certain degree. Pokemon's a good, fun thing. And it should remain as such. I can do semi-realism. I can't do photorealism, but I can do realistic shading and make stuff feel realistic. That's really good. Like that's half the battle. Anyway, like I think realism is such a fascinating but definitely very complicated um medium just because you know there is an actual visual reference that you kind of got to get right at the end of the day, and that expressiveness is part of that technical talent, and it's why I'm so impressed with realism. As someone who studied it partially and then went then went this moved away from it and went to my little cartoony style that I love and enjoy. And I'm just color picking the exact same thing. That's fine. I can make that work. I crush my son's spirit when I beat him with my with my non-competitive team. Oh, that's brutal. Brutal. That's so brutal sinister. Just like, yeah, let's Pokemon battle, and then you just crush them. It's the only really fun thing about Pokemon now. Well, the Pokemon battle like aspect is still great, right? I've gone beyond my memory, so I'm gonna have to just piece it together from thoughts and hopes. You love the bleep. The bleep is fun. I do love the bleep. I forget to use it very often. Oh no. Um, I don't know what's about Escavalier. Oh, Escavalier, but it's such a dynamic Pokemon. I like the two jousting arms. Ooh, giving me hints. I like it. I like it. My boy's like, I have a strong team of four Garchomps. Well, to be fair, you gotta have a high personality team. You know, five Garchomps may seem like a bad idea, and it is, but hey, you know, it's fine. Gray, you have me for 1 hour more. That's okay. That's fine. You better make it worth it. You better you better use that 1 hour to its fullest. Can't let this moment go go away. This is a very lounging, like Escavalier. Just having a sit. He's having a lie down. Very very chill. Two jousting arms. I've been given a hint, and a very good hint at that. This guy has two jousting arms, not just the one. This one's fallen over. Maybe has failed the joust. We can't be certain. Probably. Or he's lying back having a nice chill time. Who knows? Me knows. He fell. He fell. And a terrible fall. From a horse? Or a horse type Pokemon? Yes, that sounds about right. These are the bits I remember, at least. Because he had, like, stripes and stuff. Probably could give it slightly thicker lines. Slowly but surely, we have an Escavalier. When did this Pokemon appear? Anybody who knows? Anyone who knows this Pokemon? When did this Pokemon appear? Should I know this Pokemon? Because it did not ring a single bell for me. This one is not familiar to me. Gen 5 Black and White series. Oh no, that Gen 5 feels early. Oh no, am I just not aware? I'm not Pokemon aware. Pokeware? Oh god. Maybe I was never truly that good at Pokemon. I think the last time I played, I remember X and Y, so probably Black and White is way before X and Y, isn't it? Not everyone remembers Black and White, and it wasn't as popular. Okay, well then I'm gonna use that as my excuse. I'm gonna use that as my excuse then, because I have no memory of this Pokemon. Nerd. Talking to me? Talking to me? Gray, for argument's sake, what Monster Hunter weapon would you use? Is the hunting horn still a thing? Because I like the hunting horn. And most Pokemon from Black and White are forgettable. Oh, that's brutal. Brutal. Brutiful. It's brutal. Not to me. I will remember this Pokemon. Maybe not its name. Maybe not its face. But I'll remember my version of it, at least. Hey, Somne, hello. Say no more. I feel like you're just saying say no more to anything that I say. I feel like you're just drawing whatever you want, and then you're just gonna kind of be like, this was the prompt, this was the stuff you gave me. Nobody remembers Carablast. I remember the anime. Carablast. Carablast? Isn't the hunting horn a trumpet now? That sickens me. It was a set of bagpipes before. That makes me so angry. You can hear it in my voice. That's a shame. I think that's him. I think that's the Pokemon. Let me quickly look up my picture. Oh my god, I got it so wrong. I mean, I got the essence right. It's a saxophone. You play jazz now. Oh no, I'm a jazz uh, hunter. Tragic. I mean, it's got a lot of the pieces there. I think the real one looks much cooler, that's for sure. It's the thing that evolves into Escavalier. I remember loving Carablast because it looks like a bug in a onesie. Well, now I need to look up Carablast. Study up for a next Pokemon. Oh, it actually like not auto-corrected, auto-searched. Oh my god, that's adorable. Yeah. It does look like a bug in a onesie. That's so cute. Wait, and it evolves into, it does evolve into Escavalier. That's wild to me. Their color palettes are like completely different. Oh, not really. I guess it kind of dons the armor, right? That's cool. That's super cool. Um, Perfect. I use Insect Glaive and Hunting Horn. Ooh, nice. I like the Hunting Horn. But I liked it when it was Bagpipes, which it may not have been for a very long time. Oh, it rips that armor off a different Pokemon? It's a trade evolution? Ooh, interesting. I like the sound of that. Though it does sound a bit sinister the way you use the term rips. It rips the armor off. I'm like, oh, that's grim. But then again, a lot of Pokemon lore is quite like hidden grimness. I feel like a lot of Pokemon nerds could uh, very much educate me on that. Oh, right, great news for me. I met the follow goal I set for the year today. Oh, wow, that's awesome. That means I have to do the celebration I said I'd do for it. Oh, awesome. That's great. Congrats. I believe there is a version of the horn that is bagpipes. It's just no longer it's no longer the standard weapon. That's fine. I can live with that. Oh, it literally does. It came from a Shelmet. I mean, that's a cute name. Shelmet. Most Pokemon entries are dark. They are. They're very, very grim. That is for sure. I'm gonna add a few little pieces to this, and then we're gonna jump back to our art study. This is a very like long helmeted fellow. Give him a little smile. So I watched 11 episodes of Freerun yesterday night. Ooh, how are you enjoying it? Did you cry? Yeah, good question, Silent. Studying reflective surfaces. Ooh, very nice. I'm currently just working on hands, but it's because I wanted to revisit all the fundamentals. So as you can see, we got some hands. And I must say, it's like the best anime I've ever watched. Interesting, that is very high praise. Cried 5 times in the first 3 episodes and stopped counting. Well, you know what? That's fair enough. For your own mental well-being, that is probably a good call. Might cut the finger off here. Then, like, just making notes. The Mega Evolutions was supposed to be because they have a special bond with their trainer, but the Dex entry is like their skin rips and in constant pain. Gee, what the hell? That's insane. So good. I have seen a bit of it and I did enjoy it. Don't cut the fingers off. I'm gonna try not to, but I can't promise anything. If I break the fingers down into if I break the fingers down into smaller parts and don't bend them first of all, just have them be flat parts like doll's fingers or robotic pieces like that, then they kind of fit together better. I've been watching Spice and Wolves. Oh, interesting. I have not heard of that one. What's it about? It has the perfect pacing for you. The way it handles themes and emotions is great. The writing is believable. The anime is stunning, and the designs are amazing, and the backgrounds are beautiful. Ooh, that does sound amazing. I mean, I have seen the first few episodes, and it did seem like that. I see you cried 18.333333333 times in total, based on that rate per episodes. per episode. Oh, Spice and Wolves is also good. Awesome. If I ever get around to watching anime again, I'll add it to my list. Spice and Wolf is about a goddess traveling with a trader to a region. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Love a good trading story. A trade travel story. Love a good road trip. I was told there wouldn't be any math. I don't know who told you that, but I can never promise there won't be math here because we're all math heads, math lovers club unite, as it were. 9 plus 10, 21. I think it's a romance story. Yes! Yeah! That sounds great. I like the parallels to neurodivergence that Freerin poses, just through the lens of immortality. Yeah, that's cool. Me, I told me that. Oh, well, then that's on you. I'm unfollowing. Well, if it's what you gotta do, if that's what you gotta do when you're faced with maths, that's what you gotta do. I don't blame you. Denied. Oh, sorry. The mod said that you couldn't. More like 9 minus 1 minus 1. 7? Wait a second. No, Rafe. I realize what you did. I'm mad about it. Gonna keep bending these fingers back. Like I'm torturing the poor sod, but it's also an exercise in drawing. Don't laugh. I'm calling the cops. Yeah, you committing terrible, terrible things that way. Not very nice. That doesn't feel right. There you go. What do you do when you get mugged? I put some beans in it. In my mug. Is that a weed? Is that a weed? You call the cups on them. Oh my god. That's pretty cute. I like that. Call a cab. Call a cab. Now my headphones on backwards. What the hell? Wait, now you know what the problem is? Your headphones are on backwards? I... Rave. It's terrible. What are you doing? Silly sausage. Okay. Oh, join the soup. Have soup. In order to unfollow, you must pay a fee. It's 5 denarius. Yes. Yes, you gotta pay an exorbitant fee. An extortionate fee, if you will. Yes. Yes, good one. Good one. Silent. I refuse to touch Roman coins. You have some very strange, strict rules. Get the tendons in, get those little fingy bones. A more talented artist than me could probably tell you that. You know, the fingy bones, very important bones in the body. You get the thumb. We could throw the thumb anywhere. Uh, I refuse to touch Roman coins. I got beef with the Romans. You got beef with everybody. You got beef with the Romans. You got beef with Greek gods. All sorts of beef. Oh damn! Adobe has a sub canceling fee. Oh no, that's awful. I didn't realize that. Oh, and we got to let me explain. Why is that? Why is it that light flares look star shaped to our eyes but look more circular in camera lenses? It's a very good question. It's a very good question. It's so yeah, that's insane. We're gonna have to return to our S Cavalier and delete him. I didn't delete him. Don't worry. He's still there. He's nice and safe. I put him in a little bed and given him a sandwich. He's sleeping well. I'm pretty sure it's just Aphrodite. Oh, just Aphrodite. Well, then that's fine. but you also probably should hash that out. I have added a bag of denaries to the picture. Yippee! They don't. It means you have astigmatism. Yeah, I don't know how to reveal this to you, Kitsuro, but it might mean that you might have a slight astigmatism. However, I can explain the circles because I actually I studied cinematography at university. I was about to type astigmatism. That's totally okay. Oh no, this is where Kit finds out. I'm so sorry, Kit, that you had to find out this way. Um, but I can explain that as well, actually, now. My people. Yeah. So we'll start with I don't know your eye color, regrettably, so I'm just gonna have to make it up. We're gonna go with this blue because that's the color of your your name, your username. Don't know why I made this so large when I'm actually trying to explain something, gray-splain something. So basically, should probably work on eyes at some point too. Fundamentalize eyes. I'm actually pretty happy with the way I draw eyes. I'm just not drawing it well right now. Graham is a professional photo man. I am. I'm a professional photo man. I make photos for not a living, not anymore, but I used to. But I also. So this is your eye. Look at it. It's you. It's your eye. It's your eye. Well, okay, this is how I found out through a 2D PNG cartoon mass Twitch streamer, the perfect diagnoser. Yes, I've diagnosed you perfectly. I am Gojo. Yes, life is a cruel mistress. Then I might consider potentially making the attempt to let her ugly butt off the hook for a day. Oh, right. You gotta work this out. You gotta hash this out. She apologizes and gives me back my baby. You gotta sort this problem out, Rafe, with Aphrodite. Aphrodite is pretty, so you gotta sort this out. I'll give you three. I'm paying. What am I paying for again? You must pay two yuan bao. Um, you have a pretty eye. Yes. My astigmatism has become worse within years. Driving at night is interesting. Yeah. So from what I've heard about astigmatism is that it has the potential to degrade. Yeah. Anyway, let me explain this. So, our eyes will see things a certain way, or we'll see light traveling a certain way because of the way our eyes reflect light often. So let me draw an eye as well from this side. So the way our eyes kind of gonna draw like a little bit of a landscape. It's a terrible landscape, but it is part of what we do. It's part of what I do. I am an artist. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm also drawing quick. You know. So the way we see light kind of reflected in our eyes is that light will shine into our eyes and then bounce throughout it, getting to a point in the nerve center, and it goes to the brain. Our brains will look different. Yours will be quite a bit smoother than mine, but mine has a lot of wrinkles in it. A glowing naked ratchet. No, I was trying to draw an alien. Aliens. Uh, a glowing naked ratchet. No, it's an aliens. And he's got red Crocs on. Oh, that's not red. Color blindness is a no. He's got red Crocs on. He's not naked. Ah, aliens. Yeah, he ain't naked. He got Crocs on. You can't be naked with a pair of Crocs. It's the most dressed you'll be. Don't worry about it. Anyway, um, however, so because we have multiple color light receptors in our eyes, the light we take in if you have astigmatism, then it comes in scattered and like a star because your eyes do not fully process the form that light takes or the form that a wave of light takes. So if a light wave is like that, your eye takes it in a less complete way, and it also doesn't take in as much of the um, visual information from it. Oop, the sun thigh gap though. Oh yeah, well you got to add a thigh gap. It's an alien. It's an alien. Come on, it's not. It's not a plank of wood. It's got to have that thigh gap. As BBLs. Now, okay, so continuing on because I'm getting distracted very easily. When a camera, however, takes in light, it doesn't have a brain. Certainly not one as smooth as yours. No, I'm sorry, I'm being mean. Being needlessly mean. When light comes in, the receptor doesn't have. The light receptors are more. Are artificial, so as a result, it takes it in on a flat plane. The only thing that we actually have in a camera that alters the forming of light is the lens itself. Because the lens is normally circular, you will get more circular lens flare. With our eyes, because our eyes are more complicated biological material, they can, depending on the opening of our pupil, will actually depend on the light that we intake into our brains. So, based on partially the shape, but then also the shape of the light receptors in our eyes, that dictates what the light comes out as in our eyes. Might come out looking like that. Might come out looking like a little star. Things like that. I'm not explaining it as well as I could, but this is the basic setup for it. If interestingly enough, so when I started out, I would buy quite cheap lenses, and as a result, cheaper lenses are more at the mercy of their aperture. So as a result, light would actually come in hexagonal because the aperture closes in a hexagonal pattern. So as a result, you'll notice with cheaper lenses that you will actually get hexagonal lens flare, and that's because the opening in a lens is more blatantly hexagonal. Cheap lenses at mercy to Portal 2. Yeah, exactly. There is also a unique type of lens called an anamorphic lens, which looks fairly the same as most normal lenses. However, it shoots in a different ratio. So most lenses shoot 16:9, whereas a anamorphic lens shoots much wider. Lens flare, yeah. I can't remember the aspect ratio of a anamorphic lens. However, an anamorphic lens will actually take in light as an oval, as opposed to as a circle. Anamorphs, yeah, exactly, because the lens itself turns into an animal every so often, and that's why it's called anamorphic. I hope this explains your question. I hope you've learned more about how light enters the eye and the lens of the camera. Hope that was educational. Yes, I do. I love those books. Yeah. Well, that's why it's all connected. It's all connected. I knew someone was gonna. I had a feeling someone was gonna bring up Animorphs. So as a result, I was like, be prepared. Be prepared for an Animorph question. Google FU tells me it's refractive light, but it starts at the cornea, not the receptors. So we're both right. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes sense. Yeah, once it gets to the eye, I only have a very vague knowledge of it, and so my knowledge of it is based on the receptors take it in weird. I don't know. I don't know. Still can't believe this is how I found out. I think there are tests to check if you have astigmatism or not. You should definitely maybe have a peek into them. Sometimes you can see the light that way and not have astigmatism, but it's very rare. Definitely always good to check, for sure. It is a scrambled thing they send to the brain, but it is because of irregular shaped cornea. That makes a lot of sense, and it would make a lot of sense why we see things differently through a camera lens as opposed to through the eye as well. So yeah, I actually now have better, learned better, and learned more betterer. I can barely see any numbers on a traffic light. Wait, there are numbers on a traffic light? This is not the way I should have found this out. Numbers? Wait, there are numbers on on a cornea? There are numbers on a traffic light? Oh god. Oh no. Do you see numbers? Do I not see numbers? Oh, we're learning some stuff about ourselves. I'm not American. I'm Australian. Is that worse? Is that going to be a problem? Can I do I need to be do I need to be American? Wait, is this a European thing? Also, this thing says everyone who sees stars, lines, and spots and highlights all have astigmatism, but not all people with astigmatism have near or farsightedness. Okay, interesting. I have like 20/20 diatripes, but bad astigmatism. That's weird. No, I'm Asian. Oh, I didn't see any numbers in Japan. Maybe I'm just mad. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, which is also probably fair. I got 6 ads within 30 seconds each. That's evil. That is evil, Fox. I'm so sorry to hear that. Jesus. Let Fox go. Free Fox. Denmark only has numbers in some traffic lights. What are the numbers for? To tell you how many lights you're gonna get? I don't know. We have a countdown. That makes sense. We have a countdown on a traffic light, so people will know how much longer they have to wait. That's cool. Maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm numbers blind, because I can definitely see. I can see you, Somne. Just staring into your eyes. Oh, thank you so much, Sinistar, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Fox. Fox Red JB. Welcome to the soup. To the deeper soup. You now get your own little bowl of soup. Enjoy. It's mostly on pedestrian lights in Denmark. Okay, I'm blind. That's not good, Sinister. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Fine Art Steffi. Or, I'm probably reading that wrong. I have no idea. But welcome to the soup. Gray can't count. I can't count, and I can't pronounce things either. I'm just a mess. I'm a mess. Words, terrible. Drawing, passable. Being a human being, even worse than that. Reading the room, terrible. I just got out of the ad. Oh, thank you. Well, now you never have to worry about an ad again. Neither can you, himbo. Hot, hot himbo. Which is why I thought there would be no math here. I mean, yeah, but sometimes we gotta do math, you know? Sometimes a math has to be had. Sometimes math is unavoidable. Gonna make this little hand go over here. I've added blind to numbers to my list of potential weaknesses. Why are you making notes? With that attitude, yeah. Sometimes math is unavoidable. You can't just be angry at math's existence. You can't always be angry. Sometimes you gotta be happy. Sometimes, you know, horror of horrors, sometimes you actually gotta be kind to yourself. You gotta be happy. I'm very good at math. Thank you very much. Wait, we gotta do math or meth? Mathematics. I do not condone the usage of mathematics in here. I'm adding onto the drawing. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Math is right on our screen. It might be my new thing when I'm free to do so. That's cool. That'd be cool. Who's Angie? I love math, but it hates you. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You don't have notes on every person you know containing their weaknesses and strengths in case of emergency. Well, I have been watching a lot of Invincible, and I can kind of get behind the idea of having like contingency plans in case people go crazy. I've seen the appeal of contingency plans. We're cooking math. Gonna draw stream canon mouse. Oh, there's a canon version of me? Mathematics, oh my god. Oh, did I tell you what happened to Nox last D&D session with the dragon I had to face alone? I don't think so. Tell me. Tell me about it. While I work on some hands. While I get caught up with some hands. If I draw just a lazy thumb like that... No, I need to, like, build some groundwork for thumbs and thumb spaces. But we've got this. We've got this thumb controller now, which is cool. I'm kind of just breaking down bits and pieces of just the hand right now. For those of you who don't know what I'm doing, hi. We're working on fundamentals today. But also just trying to make sure that I don't leave my fundamentals behind as my style has been changing and has been growing. So I can't allow that to fall behind. So I'm just doing just a few big fundamentals, you know. You're doing so good with hands. Kit, you are such a sweet bean. I like you. I like having you around. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you to say. Try my best. Fingernails is another thing entirely as well. I think I'm getting them right, but we're working on it. You love drawing hands? I used to, and then I got really bad at them, and then I got good at them again. I don't know. It fluctuates. It really fluctuates. Just for each stream, every new stream, new mouse. Oh my god, okay, that's gonna be a lot of mice. I don't like numbers. I feel like if they were a person, they would use glasses and a jacket. Wait, what? What is that? There's so many questions added to that, but you know what? I don't disagree with you. As a fighter, I get 2 attacks, and I use my action surge to get 2 extra ones first round. Nice, nice. Nice. Fighter is truly broken. Fighter can be truly broken. Fighter can be a great, like, exploit. Rolled nat 20 and hit, and then for the next 3 rounds I didn't roll under 22 at all. Oh, amazing. Also, the idea of a guy who just gets better at swords can beat a guy who literally commands the fabric of reality is kind of cool. I like that too. Yeah, I like that too. I think that's reasonable, because I think if a wizard can't get a spell off in time, then they should be punished. I always draw fingernails. Yeah, I think for me, it does vary. Sometimes I won't bother drawing a fingernail or not, but I do like a good fingernail because it directs the hand, you know. I can't draw a hand without fingernails. No, I totally get you. Like it's such a useful, like, almost grounding tool, like a compass on the side of a map, you know. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Um, yeah. So I totally understand where you're coming from. As a part of the hand, fingernails are very important. Wish you'd done already. My DM just gave me an item that'll force me to keep him alive, and I'm kind of annoyed. Oh no. Forcing character continuum. Forcing the continuation of a character who is good. Terrible. How dare they? So if I leave it there, I'm actually going to start drawing other races, like hands and hand proportions. Because goblins is just another thing entirely. Because goblin hands, bit of a mess for me to draw, and I don't have a cohesive form for them yet. So I should get one. Now hands in exaggerated perspective. Oh yeah, like yeah. Hand really far out. I don't know why I did a hand pose. None of you can see my hands. You can see my hands a little bit in this frame. If I talk long enough, then my hands will pop up. My fingies will pop up as I'm talking. I think that's good enough for the foundation. We have hands now. We're going to draw some goblin hands. So hold on to your butts, because we're going to need those hands for holding. and butts and drawing. Oh, pardon me. We're playing Tomb of Annihilation, and we were told to have backup characters because our characters will die at some point. Starting to realize that he refuses to kill any of us off. Well, that is what it is, you know. Graham, you should look up cursed nail posings. No, I don't want to. I don't like. I don't like cursed nails. Makes me feel icky. Like it was advertised that we die at least 3 times. Oh, okay. Well, then that is false advertising. Death is an integral part of the stakes of D&D. I think so. I do agree. So instead of a human like hand, like proportion, we need a smaller one. Oh, it's the pose? No, it's not the nails that are cursed. It's the pose. Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a cheeky peek. Oh, thank you. Let me have a look. Oh my god. No. Oh, it's horrible. I hate it. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Why are people doing that? They look like little alien hands. Aliens. Oh, what the? Oh my god, I thought they just had like 5 fingers and no thumb. That was actually really scary. How could you do that to me, Somne? I'm gonna draw them now. I'm gonna draw. It's so good. I'll draw a goblin with one of those thingies, like finger poses. I'll do that for you. However, first things first, I actually need to adjust this because a goblin hand is shorter, and well, just smaller. Fundamentally, is just smaller. I don't know. I'm feeling like instead of 3 joints, it should probably have just the 2. There's not dialogue. There's lyrics in this. Let me jump to some quieter lo-fi. Don't mind me. Getting all sorts of distracted. I love it. Y'all want to listen to just the podcasts I listen to? The many true crime podcasts that I just put on while I cook and then react to out loud? Where I'm like, oh, no. Audibly being like, what? But how could they? The cops are on their tail. Do it, you won't. I can't. I don't want to. I don't really want to, like. Because I like them. I like those kinds of podcasts, but they're pretty grim. So I'm not going to put them on. And also, I don't want to. Like, it's one thing to have music on, it's another thing to have a podcast on. I'm going to go. Players can't die, or it'll mess up everything in the story, but I let them know ahead of time because I fully get being over a specific character and not wanting to play them anymore. Yeah, definitely. You can get character burnout for sure. I just want to play Scion, but that's not happening in this campaign. Ah, that's a shame. You might have to bring them into a different campaign. Do it, you won't. I mean, no, I won't. Yeah, you got it. I'm impervious to peer pressure. If you feel burned out with your character, can you talk to your DM about swapping out? Yeah, that's a good question. I've done that 4 times in Suited and I's group. Well, to be fair, Suited is a sweet little bean, and I don't think Suited is just very accommodating to people's wants and interests. And if you're burnt out, then you're burnt out, you know? Is this how a hand works? No. Suited isn't the DM. Oh, you're the best then. Wait, who's the DM? I also put the thumb on the wrong side because I was distracted with you all. You happy? Y'all happy? Every time I bring it up, he refuses to talk to me. Ah, that's annoying. Me listening to true crime podcasts. You can't do that. It's illegal. Well, yes. That is true. They can't do that. It is illegal. But I just get like, I'm just like, oh, I can't believe it. You know, like, how dare they? You know, it's like, oh, and classic, a criminal that a cold case has never been solved. Oh, let me guess, police negligence. You know, things like that. No, Ringtail and Geeky Fox are DMs. They take turns. Oh, well, that's cute. That's cute. I build a small broken gate in Minecraft. Ooh. Let me have a look. That's cute. That's real cute. That's a very like that's such a fun little like image. Like he will not. I fully expected to see more nail art as soon as I open that, but I'm very pleasantly surprised. I'm very happy to be wrong. Like he'll not discuss my backup character at all, and was asking me if I could change anything about Nox. What would it be? Nothing. He's perfect. He's really heckin'. He's just really heckin' boring. Yeah, super cute kid. Yeah, that's a good little fence. Such lore, such world lore. I feel like I might actually like for goblin hands. It should just be two joints as opposed to the three joints. Trap your DM and force him to listen then, because it's supposed to be fun, and you're not having fun. That's no bueno. Exactly. My favorite is when they get the "we were watching him before he did anything." They get to the "we were watching him before he did anything" list. Oh yeah, yeah. I get where you're coming from. Took me a moment, but yeah. Let me just draw the nubs first. Two joints. Two joints. Yeah. Two joints. Keep all so goblin hands. Two joints. Nice. Because I feel like because goblins have little, small physiology. It makes sense for them to just have an equal number of joints to their thumbs. It does make them look a little bit cuter, and for like some of the more, should have a bigger pinky finger though. That's for sure. Squash it down, not like that. Just make it shorter. There we go. It'll fall on deaf ears. I'm definitely not playing with this DM after this game, but I really like the other players, and I don't want him to remove me from the party because of his ego. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like if you get a bad DM, then you're just gonna have a bad time. So they're all thumbs. They are all thumbs. Yeah, 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 kid. They're all thumbs. Technically, there are. Oh well, actually no. There are two joints. Yeah, still two joints, but basically, their points of articulation are here, so they still get essentially the same level of articulation. There's not really a problem. I thought he was smoking. No, 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 no. Not those joints. We've got oh, hydrate as well. But we've got math and joints. So please enjoy. Yeah, hydrate because you're gonna need it. You're gonna be here for a while, drawing hands and bits. Is there anything on the inner, like top part of the inner hand? Not really, which is good. And a goblin fist. How different will it look? Would it look, in theory, from a human fist? Probably wouldn't be that, like... It's a bit... Fist is almost a bit too small. Yeah, it's lighter than the back palm. Yeah. That that is for certain. Yes. So if we're going two joints, let's joint one here, and then here, joint two. Fingernail. However, goblin fingernails probably going to need to be a little bit different. that kind of goes off piste a little bit. So that that got two joints, joint, double joint. Or the inner side has a line. Inner side. Yeah, yeah. Or like two non-intersecting lines. Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean now. Because you got that like fatty join just beneath the thumb. Got that bit down. I know that bit like the front of my hand. I think, oh God, it's too much space. It's my favorite bit, the fatty bit at the base of the thumb. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good bit. Not gonna lie. I like to push down on the fatty part. Yeah. Whatever whatever you want to do in your spare time, right? One, two, three. Just trying to make sure. I was just like, have I didn't done too many fingers? Hands are weird. Have a good day, y'all. You have a good day. You have a good day, Sinister. Take care of yourself. See you when I see you next. There's like, normally I would put one in like here as well, but I feel like that's a bit of a bit cheap. Want to make sure I get these fundamentals down. Feel like I've probably put like I feel like fundamentally there are probably going to be more than two joints in this as a result, or the base joint. That's also not a fist. It's also not a fist. It's all really open. So then, but that's actually like that leads me to my next point is that because they've got the two joints, they probably can't roll their hands into a fist like a person can. So we need to look at how one would roll a hand into a fist if they didn't have that amount of joints. So if I look at it more carefully, more systematically, we must look at the bits. We must look at the fundamentals. So we've got one main joint from pinky to base. It's kind of interesting that when you clench your hands into a fist or fold your fingers a little, it's no longer a square but a trapezoid. Oh yeah, like it's such a weird little shape that a fist makes. Ah! That was loud. It's actually closing, like moving my book around. Moving my reference book. Actually, probably would be more angular, wouldn't it? More of the knuckles have to do like the heavy lifting, as it were. So as a result, Ratchet's hand would be like that. Then the knuckle goes from square to trapezoid to a triangle. Yeah, it's all like squished. Such a weird squished up hand shape. But I think yeah, we're doing more angle work with a goblin's hand. Because then we only need the two joints. So then from there it's like, okay, well we need more space for the rest of the hand, but trust me. Trust me on this. Let my mind do the cooking. Where's the other fist? Where's the human fist? There we go. Yeah. It's a very small knuckle. Like that. We don't need to kind of roll it around because that's it. That's all it gives. That's all it is. It's just two joints. Oh, that's kind of weird. I love it. That's so peculiar. Like having having that. I mean, that's a really big finger here. But the main idea is that wouldn't they be a better fighter if they were to have two jointed hands? Yeah, I think so, wouldn't they? Because then the reason it hurts more for us doing it is because our third joint's squishing in. Yeah. So if their knuckles do actually squash it down, then it would make sense that they would just be better at punching things. Like a bit of a more thick-headedness about it. I feel like that's also probably going to be similar for like trolls and things like that. Like trolls will have two joints, and not because they're smaller, but because they are just, it's like it's such a synonymous like brutishness of trolls is that they got big clubby little fingies, little sausage fingers. But that actually does seem right. This feels correct. Hell yeah. That's excellent. Got a little goblin fist. Yeah. Little like it's probably also like really tightly packed. Like a goblin fist is like, oh, you could put a rock in there and or you could put coal in it and it'd come out as a diamond because of all the pressure. Because there are fewer joints, so it just tightens up more. That thumb feels wrong. It does. It's too small. It's first of all too small. Um, but we're getting there. Also, the hand should definitely be like the thumb should definitely be coming over like that more. We need more space for the thumbs. That's way too wrong. That's wrong. Because we actually get a little bit more of the like jutting out now as a result. Um, the palm is also quite stubby now, but that's part of it. It's part of like building out a less human style. Where's the thumb? Thumb's got to be like sat, rested, rejuvenated, rested across the palm. There we go. We flatten that out just a bit first before we go any further. That, because then it's like then the question becomes where does the fatty stuff, the fatty part of the thumb rest? Do a fingernail to guide me. Something's off and something feels wrong. We got the two joints, sure, but then we got this bit which does not feel right. Let's shorten it, trim it down ever so slightly. Then we get somewhere. However, because I'm also using a human hand as a reference, which is not ideal. Pro tip, make your own fist. Yeah, but my fist has too many knuckles. Too many joints. So I need to cut off the tips of my fingers. Ah. Ah. Try to... I'm not actually cutting my fingers off, don't worry. But, it's definitely, yeah. Draw your gross little mouse hands. Oh, thanks, Sonny. Let me draw my gross little mouse hands. My hands aren't gross. Yeah, easy. I look at those every day. I know what they look like. Skinny little goblin-y mouse hands. There you go. There they are. They're my little mouse hands. Drawing them. Perfection. Yes, I agree. They are gross, not because they're mouse hands, but because you don't wash your hands after you wee. Why would I wash my hands after I wee? I didn't pee on my hands. What are you crazy? Do you? What do you pee on your hands? That's gross. The stinky particles. I'm sorry, I don't produce stinky particles. I'm built different. Just think of your genitalia skin dust. Why? How dare you? My skin doesn't have dust. No, I usually pee on my partners. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fair enough. Hands? Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a sticky wicket. Definitely shouldn't be this long as well. As in the thumb. Thumb should only be so far. Realizing it now. Thumb should only be so far. That does seem better actually. A wee fairy dusted them. Well, that's not okay. uh, so the thumb has two joints and three bones. You know that, right? Like a regular finger does. Yeah, but this is a goblin hand. A goblin hand has two joints. Oh, so if goblins have two bones and one, so if goblins have two bones and one joint, no, they have two. What? Oh, sorry, no, but I mean in the whole. That doesn't make sense. Then the thumb should be different, right? Should it? No, it doesn't have to be. They can all have two joints. What do you mean? What do you mean three joints? I mean one joint. Two joints. So the thumb actually has two joints and three bones. No, so sorry, you've gotten me confused. No, for a goblin hand, the goblin hand should be like the thumbs. Oh, a goblin finger should be like the thumb. Don't count the one attached to the palm. Well, I am, and that's why I'm getting confused. You're misunderstanding me. I am. Yes, I am. No, so basically, one bone, two bone, one bone, two bone, one bone, two bone. I'm making all the fingers like the thumbs. Well, if we count the one attached to the thumb, three joints as well. One, two. Oh, palm. Oh, palm. Sure. Yeah, no. That's fine. Maybe drawing a skelly hand will help. Wait. Where are you guys coming from? What do you mean? Like, I know what you mean by the skelly hand, yes. But I'm drawing a goblin hand with the idea that the finger's physiology will be like the thumb's. So the fatty part of the palm is actually the thumb. Yes, I know that. Hey, printer. I'm going well. How you doing? How you doing? Physiologically, the thumb is no different from other fingers physiologically. I am not sure where your point is. The point of the finger. I don't know what your point is. On a human hand. Yes. Oh, we're being raided. Hold on. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, printer. Let me quickly give you a shout out. There you go. How you doing? What were you working on? Master saying, yeah, there you go, Sonny. That is what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah, it worked. Welcome, an amazing raid from Printer. How you doing? That you can only see what you see with the thumb for the gobber fingies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sorry. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We're currently working out fundamentals for arts ourselves. It finally worked. The third bone is how you're able to move it in so many directions, unlike your finger. That makes sense, yeah, because it's so much lower down. That makes a lot of sense. But if you see three joints on a thumb, it isn't. It's just misinterpreted usually. Oh, if you see three joints on a thumb, yeah, that does make sense. I get where you're coming from, Somne. Yes, like I'm just trying to pose the realistic biology of this. Yes, yes, yeah. I get where you're coming from. If there are three joints on a thumb, that's it. That's unrealistic, and that I can agree with. Yes, because we've only got these two joints here for this part of the thumb. The other joint is down here. Sure. No, what do you mean no? Go goblin. Wait, hold on. That's not a goblin hand. Mouse. Goblin. You don't understand what I'm saying. I guess not. No. I guess I am not. Dibbity doop. Dubbity do. Bring it to hands. In real slow. Dibbity dub. My only critique is that your thumb on the bottom hand can't rest comfortably on the fingertips. You try to make that fist pose. It's hard. Or maybe that's my shit hand. The positioning, it should be resting like, I know where you're coming from. It should be resting about here, like upwards, more upwards, and definitely more across. But yeah, like that. Because it's, well, also because it only has the two joints. The fingers come in closer as well, even more upwards. Try to make, I am, and that's what I've got. Oh, actually, hold on. It's coming up here. Coming up at the bend. At the bend. And my stream was just drawing my hear me outs and other goofy things. Not sure if you asked or not. I did. I wanted to check that you had a good stream and that you were working on something productive. Yeah, it rests above the knuckle there usually. That makes sense. Yeah. And I'm trying to find a natural sitting point for them, and that's definitely not it. But like if it's sitting here, then it also sits quite high on the fist, on a goblin fist, but it should actually doesn't seem too bad. I just have to bring that fatty part back in a little bit. If the goblin hands should have three joints, then the thumb is one joint too many in this drawing, because the thumb literally attached to the palm in the wrist area, not in the middle of the palm. If goblins have evolved with two joints, they should be stubbier, or the fatty part shouldn't exist, unless they have three joints on the thumb and two on the rest. Goblins have two joints. Even more up with oh, I can't type properly. It's posing a comprehension problem. Uh, let's assume they have normal human thumbs. Yeah, I think that's probably where we're going. Is that we're assuming that they have normal human thumbs. We're just changing the fingers. We're not changing everything about it. We don't want the hands of the goblins to look inhuman because they are still humanoid, but we do want to alter them slightly. So if we bring down the number of joints on the fingers, then that brings it down. Let me catch up to chat. How many people are looking at their own fists? Probably everybody at this point. Everyone's staring at their own fists, trying to make a fist. Three joint fun. Are you watching me? We are all doing it. So they would have a flexible nub. Yeah, I think that would be cool for them to have a flexible nub. Because then it gives them more dexterity. If they lose dexterity in their fingies, then they should have that, baseline dexterity in their thumbs. Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Bing, thumbs up. The thumb has 3 joints. The rest of the fingers have 2 joints. Yeah, I see. Torin! Wow! It's Torin! Ah! Hey Torin, how you doing? Welcome. We're drawing fists and nubs and fingies. I think it might be better thought experiment not to move the knuckles, but to move the flesh upwards. Upwards. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Not a productive stream at all. Made a watermark and then just drew emojis and stuff. That sounds good. That sounds productive enough. Be more funny if they have a ball joint thumb. Wait, so like that, and then wait, hold on. Hold on, let me do that, and then it all looks like penises. Never mind. How you doing, Tori? Yeah. And just been working editing an audiobook. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. So productive. So draw a normal hand, then start webs for the fingers upwards so that they only have to show 2 joints. Interesting. Interesting. Have I told it for orders? I don't even care much about being physiologically correct or anything, but I do care immensely about being understood correctly. I get that. I saw that. No! No, Torin, you didn't. It tears me apart when people misunderstand me, which isn't their fault. That's totally okay. That's totally okay. We'll figure it out together. Good night, guys. Good night, printer. Sleep well. Sleep well. I keep hearing ball jointed, and I own ball jointed dolls, so my brain keeps latching onto it. That's fair. That way you can keep drawing from life, but fuck it up with goblin styles. Yeah, that's fair. If I draw it, oh yeah, if I draw it so, okay, so I'll do it. I might just grab one of the hands that I've already drawn in this instance. So if we draw it, so bring the skin up. Also, hello Nex, how you doing? How you doing? I hope you are well. We pull it up here. Actually, hold on. I'm going to make what I kind of want from the creature creation is to implement useless evolution leftovers. I mean, that should be a necessary addition. Yes, I agree. We bring the knuckle up. I've added too many thumb joints to the photo. I've added too many thumb joints. Many, many thumb joints. Looks like it's time for you to go. Oh, sound state. Can't miss that. Can't miss that. Actually, if I'm going to do it this way, I might actually make another layer and then dim this one or opaque this one a little bit so I can kind of experiment with this shape. So if we're, yeah, cutting it off here or bringing the skin up here more so. The knuckles need to go up, otherwise, I mean, actually, do the knuckles need to go up? But do I want webbed? Do I want webbed? Do I want it to look webbed, or do I want it to look thingy-ish? Amphibian goblins, yeah, that's what I'm like. Don't know about that. Do I just add the knuckle higher, like that? But then again, do I add the knuckle higher? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's all about testing stuff out. A little bit. Webbed when spread. Now you're just making the palm long too, yeah, because you're moving the knuckle up. We're just moving everything up, yeah. If we move the knuckle up, but then again, hold on. I'm going to put that all back, actually, for a moment. I don't really need to draw the fingers in, really. If I keep the knuckles down, then we've still got human-sized hands. Well, human kind of proportioned hands. Ah, interesting. I'm seeing what you're theorizing or proposing. Hmm. Because if we keep that there, then they just got little webbing. Hmm. You could keep the palm a lot stubbier, keep the webbed look. Ooh, I kind of want to stretch it out too. We might need to stretch it out. Hold on, let's make some space. We'll draw another hand. We'll draw another hand. Stretch out a hand for us. We'll get. I'd probably start from scratch. Yeah, we wanna build. We're building something. This has become a concept art stream. We've moved on from the fundamentals. We're doing concept art, but complicated concept art because it's basically a whole race essentially that we're discussing. So we'll start just from the but we're still gonna do fundamentals practice. So just a very when we're working with basic palms, we just work with shapes and then we'll build. Could do the skeleton, but I don't know. And I've also drawn this in a bad position. Hold on. Let me give it the open space. Hello, Fungulus VT. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Get comfy. We're drawing hands and trying to figure out we're trying to figure out goblin hands. Howdy. Imagine trolls having small third trip joint, but it's an evolution leftovers from early humans. Like it's so small, but it's movable fingertip joint. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. I find that quite like something about that's kind of lovely or kind of fun. Let's do it. We'll work on trolls next. Just gonna shrink all this over here. Just leave it there. That's all fine. I have buggered up the upper layer, but who cares? We can go back to it. Don't gobos usually have a thin and bony fingers? Yeah, like the old style goblins. I should probably have a reference of Ratchet, but he's yeah. The goblins we're doing a more like more of the modern kind of cat-like goblins, if you know what I mean. So then we have that big fatty tissue there. Just drawing a basic hand. Oh, unprawn. Cobbo. Cobbo. Yeah, cat gobbo. A cobbo, in a sense. The modern ones are more thick now. Yeah, that I was trying to avoid. I'm trying to make them more like generally, you know, more like variable across. Hold on, this isn't right because they come in these two ones come in together. So we'll try and keep that consistent. Staring at my hand. Staring at my hand. And my pinky does not go out that high. There you go, basic. Humans are lonely. 3 fingers instead of 4. Yeah, I am keeping the. That's what we're kind of working out now. Is actually how many fingers do we give them? What do we do finger wise? Much hand, very fingers. Yes, exactly. Um, so we got a basic hand. Bones of normal human finger joints. This is not what bones look like, but I'm drawing in spaces now. Used an old method of hands. Oh, used to do an old method of hands. How how so? Tell me about it. Educate me. Just ovals on top of ovals. Oh yeah. Oh, just ovals on top of ovals. Oh, that makes sense. Every section is an oval. Interesting. Such a peculiar and cool way of doing it. I like it. Probably didn't need to do bones this way. Doesn't matter. I've done it. I've drawn it. Made my bed. The middle intersection is the joint. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get you. I get you. So, like... And then... I would assume you kind of... Better than that, of course. But like that. And then... Like that. In that sense. I kind of jumped ahead. For that kind of thing. Anywho. So with goblins. Yep. Yeah, cool. Don't mind that. With... Nobody does that anymore. We've given it a try. It looks cool. So with goblins, if we're moving... So we basically just remove this joint, or hide this joint, essentially. And so it becomes more visible that this extra joint exists when it's spread out. Because up until now I've been drawing goblin hands like I draw human hands. Essentially. So... And that I feel is a bit boring. Well, not boring, but just unimaginative. So I do want to do something a bit different. Even if just minutely. Just minutely different. I'd say that would be a little bit more accurate to how evolution left over for goblins would look with like the webbing. That's fair. I can see that. The thumb comes off as very strong. And that's because the reference I'm using is very, very rushed in that sense. In the sense that they've just drawn a thumb as a series of shapes. Oh, the small third joint in the palm. So that people keep making reference to the small third joint. Let me catch it. Let me touch. Oh, that one. Yeah. It's not really small. It's just really fleshy. Yeah, it's hidden behind mounds of flesh. It's like here. Essentially. It's like half of the thumb. Yeah. Like that. Essentially. If I'm feeling it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like... It's in here. I like it. That's what I was pointing out earlier. Yeah. I get what you mean. I don't know. I'm like, I like them having short and stubby fingers. I think this, in essence, yeah, makes their fingers, it makes their palm bigger, which is still not a bad thing. We can just shorten everything else down, stump it all down a little bit. Hey, Gray. Hey, kid. Look at this thumb anatomy. Yeah, stubbier the better. Yeah, definitely stubbier the better. You better not... Hold on. This better not be a penis. Oh my god. Sickening. That thumb. Ugh, yucky. So now outside of the bones, we need to make the fingers thicker to accommodate for their stubbying. So they're being made more stubbier. Yes. Okay. Interesting. The connotations of that. that the fingers are thicker, which is never a bad thing. I mean, it can be, medically speaking. However, we're getting there. Somehow I've lost height. Lost height on my these fingers. So just give it a little bit more height, build it up. I also don't know why I'm trying to draw clean. Just draw as messy as you need to, Grey Mouse. Just do it. Just mess it up. But these are slowly getting more animalistic in shape, which I kind of like. I actually kind of don't mind. I'm also like consciously staring back at my hands, being like, are these what normal human, like normal hands look like? Just making sure. Do my hands just look weird compared to everybody else's? They should do. They're my hands. However, and so looking at it, yeah, so they're currently wider and bigger than human hands. But if we crush it down, actually, I'm going to grab the old hands as well, so that we can kind of look at structure. This is going to come down to it, and we're going to like do this, and it's going to be like, okay, cool. And then I look at one of Ratchet's hands, and it'll be essentially this. it'll essentially be this, which is kind of funny to me. So if we stub it up, the thumb is really long, and that'll need to be changed. However, that's okay. We can fix that later. Okay. Well, actually, here's the thing. That has pretty much brought it to, so the webbing is now hiding one of these joints, which I do also like the idea of, is that goblins have an additional joint in their hands, or the same amount of joints in their hands as humans, sorry. Let me be correct. However, one of them is just hidden. I like that, Sunny. It's a good idea. I'm crediting Sunny because I'm fairly certain Sunny said just bring the webbing up. So I'm going to credit Sunny on that one. Beepity boppity boop. Yeah. And then when they're spread apart, it's more webby. It's more webby when their hands are spread apart. I get so confused with Sunny in here. Yeah, that's fair. Sunny, Somne. Well, I pronounce your name Somne. But then also if Sun is in here, then we got a problem. I was about to say no, I didn't. Oh no. No. I'm not crediting you. I will credit you for the thumb joint. The third thumb joint. But I know a lot of people call me Sunny. Oh, well then that makes it more confusing there, then for sure. And yeah, if Sunkoi cosplays in, then we've got even more problems because there's another Sun. And if I say Sun, Sunny, and Somne, those are all very similar. Because also we have a Wrathy, Wraith, and Wrath as well in our community. Those are all very close together. We have one Tauren, and that's more than enough. I don't want any more Taurens. If someone called Corbin or Jorben or Toreen comes in, banning them. I don't care if they're cool. I just don't need to deal with that. There is someone in another community called Cryo, but with a C, and I'm dreading them finding my community. I'm like, I don't want you. I don't want the confusion. It's fine because for the most part, I navigate all of you by color more than anything. Like, by the color of your names. And it's just like, perfect. Yeah. And like, oh, cool. But then when there are too many of the same colors and same names or similar names together, then I'm like, oh, God, I'm going to just credit somebody else as something else and things like that. Add prison. No, someday. Only 20 seconds. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm being confused by my Vietnamese takeaway. Oh no, I'm here to confuse as always. Well, that's fair enough. I appreciate it. They're still... If I actually just thump down the thumb completely, because the thumb's got to be more... the thing is, because when I squash down the hand, the thumb was still the same length. So it still works and makes sense. It's just that I'm like being a goober about it because also that's still the right amount. The beef looked raw, so I think you cook it in the soup should be fine. Soup does cure everything. I agree. Yeah. Soup makes everything better, even uncooked beef. Don't take my word for that. That would be bad. Also, Rafe, if you're here, if you're still here, which I don't think you are because you went to Sounds Day, but Rathi is okay with you being their son now. Just got a message about that. We were talking about it. Apparently, we've adopted Wraith. Not Wraith. Rafe. Wraith is fine. Wraith doesn't need us. Rafe does. What does a
What
steam
does a
train?
steam train usually drink? Coca-Cola.
Nice. I thought that was a let me Gray explain. I was like, how am I going to explain this? That sounds like gibberish. Mad gibberish. But no. I think that's good. That's actually a really good reference that I will keep for later. That goblin hands. Goblin hands look like this. Oh, disappeared. Goblin hands look like this. Might just check something. Might also just check Ratchet's hands. Now that we've done that, I should check how have I drawn his hands previously. This is kind of what this stream is about. Looking back and doing reference checks, reference sketches. Does he have any open hands here? That works well. Your style is more cartoony than anatomy. Yeah, definitely. And we wanna avoid too much of the realism, for sure. So so they also don't have to look right every single time as well. So the 120 ball joint thumb, 120-degree ball joint thumb. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to pin that one. Hold on. They look exactly the same. Goblins have good, yeah. Goblins do have good dexterity. Yeah, exactly. It's fitting. But I do also love that it's essentially the same hand, which is great because then it makes things easier. However, I would say with this image, those two middle fingers should be going inwards, really, like more so. And it's also definitely a more rushed looking. It's got a more rushed look to it. The comic page, which is fine. Let me pull this back through. Boo, eyes. However, where's my stuff? Gonna just erase this because it's now no longer needed. I'm gonna move this to the corner, and then we're gonna draw a troll hand. Now with our knowledge of hands, we're gonna throw it all out the window because we're drawing troll hands instead, which are going to look weird comparatively. They're more boxy than gobbos. Yeah, definitely. I think. Well, yeah, trolls just as a whole. I almost would feel inclined to give a troll fewer fingers, even. So again, we'll start out with a basic hand structure, at least as far as just the shape at first. Depends if Giant Troll, Lord of the Rings, or the D&D Troll. Yeah, good question. Good question. I think I'm going more Lord of the Rings trolls, but because this comic is based on a D&D game, it should definitely still include that as a reference. Troll hands going for boy souls. Or my hands. Yeah, Cryo's hands. Definitely heavily calloused. A troll hand made out of troll faces. Oh my god. What? That's a horrifying mental image. I think we won't have to. I don't think we don't need to worry too much about number of joints in this one. Just gonna try and make a shape. Make a shape, make a looking shape. That's a real big thumb. Actually, this part should be much shorter, really. They should still be stubby to a certain degree. Trolls can have like 12 heads or some shit. Why not? That's true. Why not have have a hand made out of faces? Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Rust hands, as the boy calls them. Oh yeah, rust hands. Yeah, that also makes sense. Give it the fat. Might even actually give it. I'm almost tempted to give it less of a fat joint because I want it to have less dexterity in its thumbs. So if we're talking like if I want to talk this out, do we balance out the amount of fat in the thumb joint with the rest of the finger joints? Give it fewer fingers and then give it higher dexterity with its fewer fingers and thumb, or not? Now I'm thinking. Now I'm doing the thinky think. So if I actually reduce the number of fingers possible for this hand to have, reduce it to, it should be 3 fingers, surely. But then again, could it be 3 fingers? Like a hockey mitt. Don't know what I'm saying. I've never watched hockey. Never watched hockey be played. Like that. It's all come together. Ooh yeah. That's a really long finger. Hold on. Let's bring that down just a touch. There we go. They're all the same size. There needs to be some variation. Middle finger's the longest because they still have profanity. And flipping the bird. There we go. There we go. They're long, but they're probably going to have the same amount of joints as everything, as humans. I may be using, because I've been watching Invincible, it's just reminding me of Alan the Alien. So we got that. But then do I want to give the hands fat deposits, like fattier deposits, like the thumb? Just separate them, set them out like that. Like, don't say it. Don't say cleavage of the hand. Don't say cleavage of the hand, Grey Mouse. Don't do it. Resist. Resist. Off to bed, gonna DM you the stream Cannon Mouse. Hey! Keen. Can't wait to see it. Unless it's insulting, then I'm gonna be mad. Then I'm gonna be mad at you and I won't respond to your messages. For weeks. Not that I don't already do that. But yeah, sleep well. Sleep well, Creebo. Rest up. Got a big day ahead of you tomorrow, I assume. I got the day off. Ha ha! Suck it! Spider monkeys have 4 fingers, but it's because they have a lost/reduced thumb. Ooh. Make sure you zoom in on the face. I did some mighty fine work there. Well, now I'll have to check it out. Let me just have a look at spider monkey hands. Ugh. Little like little spiders at the end of their hands. I don't know why I've been like reacting so viscerally to every single image I've been sent of hands. Hmm. Those are interesting. Those would be interesting for maybe not trolls, just because trolls do need to look big and brutish. These ones are more spindly, and also like drawing. Like, hold on, drawing the hand itself is like it's like that. Like at a quick draw, that's what it looks like. Essentially, that's what a monkey, spider monkey hand looks like. It's very freaky. I'm just here dropping monkey facts. No, I'm loving it. I'm loving the monkey facts. I'm very curious about like the inner machinations of uh, hands currently. Trying to figure it all out. I also kind of like the idea of it, like if it's calloused, just round, not round them out, but like square them out a little bit more, as opposed to have them being rounded. And oh, just like that, more scalpely shaped, as it were. Oh, I don't think because I also feel like the fat deposit on the hand because we do have a troll coming up soon in the series. Just bumbling past, not really in the way or anything like that. Even though I'm sus on these noodles, they are curing my head cold. That's good. That's a win. Um, yeah, okay. I'm actually almost tempted to just start working on some concept art because we've done a fair bit of fundamentals on hands. Look at all these hands. So many hands. So I actually feel like we could probably do some concept art with the remaining hour 30. Yeah, hour 30. I wouldn't be against that. Do some scribbling. Include some hands, of course, in the work. We have been studying hands, so it would make sense if we did. But now I'm almost tempted to draw the troll. But that's going to be a lot of theory work for it. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Put those hands on a board. Yes, we need to. We need to put. We need to do some concept art that involves the hands. But if we're drawing like, oh, I took some creative liberties. I don't know if you have a tile, Lord of the Rings troll or D&D troll. I'm kind of leaning more towards a Lord of the Rings troll. Oh, I don't know if you have a tail. Good question, but a very private question. Yeah, so I'm kind of leaning more towards a D&D troll. Not D&D troll, Lord of the Rings troll. Just because I like the big, like, kind of thuggish, brutish kind of bluntness of a Lord of the Rings troll. I drew your tail with a curl. Ooh, nice. But I might mix between the two. Hell yeah, just start with a big old pear box shape and go for it. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna try and mix a bit of it, but I think the D&D troll kind of influence will be more of the texture or the texture of the skin, like the boils, the green, the kind of spotty trypophobia triggering kind of um bumpiness more so. But I also think the Lord of the Rings troll does have a good bit of that, but more rocky kind of troll like. You know what I mean? Loinclothy, big shoulders that go above the head. It's actually like it's a lot of taking what we know about anatomy and being like, oh, just throw it out, you know. Don't draw just a big nutsack, Grey Mouse. First of all, don't draw a nutsack. first rule of drawing a troll: you may be tempted to draw a nutsack. Don't do it. Thug trolls are more fun than regenerating arse hats. I agree. Yeah, just then they also kind of just come to mind more easily than what we're normally used to, right? I don't like the D&D trolls. They make zero sense to my lore brain. Yeah, me too. I completely agree. They seem weird. It's Kingpin as a monster. It is. Yeah, and I know how to draw Kingpin. We've established that. Yeah. We'll see what we can kind of bring across stylistically, but I think a lot of it is going to be more focused on that boxy kind of big-headed, broad-shouldered, brutish kind of look to it. That role in D&D is filled by hill giants. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But they're also like they're bigger. Trolls are like the midway point, I like to believe, between giants and man. Uh this looks like Cleffa, the Pokemon. You're telling me I don't know Pokemon. I don't know Pokemon. We've established this. This is well established. Trolls and giants are synonymous to me. I think so, yeah. I consider trolls to be giant kin, essentially. So they should almost look kind of relatively similar in the broad, like the grand scheme of things. They should look the same. You outlined Clefairy and gave it. Oh, Clefairy? Is that it? Is that the Pokemon? Can I get a Pokemon expert in to confirm? The legs are definitely going to need to be slightly bigger. If. And then I just don't draw hands. I just don't draw hands at all. The trolls don't have hands. Give it a more like. It should be, yeah, broad legs. Like so. Bro wants to sumo slam. Exactly. I do kind of want that to be a thing, like to be a part of it. Is because like also trolls are not kind of banished from society. We're gonna see one in Timberstone. They're actually used as like workers and stuff. They work for wages and things like that in the world of Rat Baby. But they're treated along the same lines as goblins, essentially. Like treated they're allowed to work and stuff like that, but they aren't highly regarded. You've added wide legs, plenty of room for a nutsack. I'm not gonna add in a nutsack. Oh, also hydrate first of all. Second of all, I'm not adding a nutsack. I'm not throwing in a nutsack to just get me kicked off Twitch immediately. It's it's tempting, sure, but yeah. So remember when I said about troll hands? Here, wait. Take a look at your own risk. I'm scared. I'm scared now, Kit. Hydrate with your nearest nutsack. Oh god, cryo. Okay, I'll take a look. You know what? That actually was like a huge relief to me. That it was a joke and not some sort of sick, messed up hand. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Kit. You're a good one. You're a good one. Okay, hand. So we're going for a definitely a more broad, thumpy, thumpier hand because I lack the language to express what I'm thinking. But thumpy, thumpy hands. And we're going three fingies. Three fingers. I don't know why I looked around the room to try and find my reference. Yeah, 3 fingers and a thumb. But also, I kind of want to just. I almost want to just make them like hockey cat like the hockey catcher gloves, like the goalkeeper's gloves, where they're just broad and stumpy but wide. All my hockey fans out there, let me know what do you think. Do you think a troll would make a really good ice hockey keeper? I don't know what their name is. Goalie, keeper, home maker. I don't know what they call them. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm not being lost in translation. Haven't played honky. You're supposed to be in bed. Butcher, bakery, oh, candlestick makery. You're supposed to be in bed, Cryo. Also, Tauren should be in bed, but I'm not gonna turn Tauren away because it's so rare that we see a Tauren. How dare go to bed? I'm not with that stance. Would go straight between the legs, but they could defend better with a mighty ball sack. You're right. For evolutionary and protective purposes, he needs a massive ball sack. You're right, Sonny. That's so messed up. Like, oh, you're right. I need to just give it a ball sack. Oh my god, I almost did. I almost just drew it. I was just like, fuck it. No, I can't do that. I know what Twitch will ban. That'll get me kicked. I don't want to be on probation or just banned, just in general. They have a thick leathery hide covering their testes to protect from hockey pucks. You're right. You're right. I'm my hand is on my head like I'm face palming, but you're right. You aren't wrong. Think of the monetization. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I'd lose monetization. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to earn money on my comic because I'd have just a blatant nutsack evident um in the comic, and I don't. The natural predator to the troll testy. Wait, what? Oh, hockey pucks are the natural troll, like natural predator for trolls testicles. Oh my god, you're right though. In a world where trolls are one of the greatest, strongest beasts in the world, in the known mainland, surely hockey pucks would be their weakness. That arm's too long. We're gonna shorten it up. Rip the ball sacks we have lost. Yes, a true tragedy, a true tragedy, a tale cruel and unkind. But hey, well, the world is full of sacrifices. They reproduce via trolling. Oh yeah, of course, that's what we call it. Trolling. Actually, the forearms probably would be quite short as well. They'd be quite. I mean, they're all quite stumpy and stuff. Yeah, most people think it's sunlight, but it's actually hockey pucks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's actually the hockey pucks that do them in. I almost did it. I keep almost doing it. Trolls use a colloquialism called puck pouches. I also spelt colloquialism correctly first try. That's pretty impressive. Like, that's not easy. Gets hit in the gonads, turns to stone in grimace holding their balls. Oh my god, could you imagine just a stone, like a statue essentially, of just a grimacing troll holding its nutsack? Call people who cheat in hockey's hockey schmucks. That's good. That's really good. Hockey schmucks. It's going in my D&D game. Oh, the troll weakness. Ball bags. Hear you out. Okay, I'm listening, but I'm not happy. Hockey schmucks. That's good. I'm putting into the theories. Oh, I have to go and read it. Damn it. That there's a troll hockey league, but all the trolls are terrified about it. Oh, because they don't want to get hit in the nutsack. I mean, that's fair. I would be worried about it. I don't know if this nose is what I'm looking for. Thick cheeks. I just checked my phone and it said thick cheeks. They could die. Oh, right. Well, the risk is high, but think of the reward. Imagine if they sound sophisticated rather than simple-minded speaking patterns. Yeah, can you imagine? It's like... I don't like the eye anymore. I don't like the way it's looking at me. No troll wants to be turned into stone grasping his stones. That's true. That's true. That would be weird as hell. It looked like the Roblox face. That's why I didn't like it. I didn't trust it. It didn't look right. It looked too Robloxy. This is a very happy looking troll. It's because he hasn't been hit in the nutsack. The thick cheeks are just because he said he had thick cheeks. Oh, right. Oh, that's true, because I do. I got thick cheeks. People are trying to claim I had a flat ass, and that's because they're people that don't know me. But will you give them troll doll hair? Maybe some of them should have troll doll hair. Just a beautiful set of. Well, to be fair, like a lot of my giants have like very strange inhuman hair, so I wouldn't be against trolls having a mane of something. Those nostrils are the eyes. Yeah, that's cool. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I kind of do. It's kind of weird. Uh, I like the idea of them having tribal braids. I mean, braids would be cool. I'm definitely not against them having hair and like facial hair and being kind of hairier than what we see in most trolls. Again, it kind of leads back to the idea of the D&D trolls who did have like heads of hair, essentially. I like the idea of just giving them all mullets or making them bogans. Do they have necks? Glorious Aussie mullets. They, this one would like these ones would probably have a neck, but it's like very stumpy. Trolls are traditionally nature spirits in the woods or in crags or mountains. Could give them mossy grass. Ooh, that's a really good idea, Sonny. Make a mossy. Man, I could not spell today. My head cold. You say that, and yet you're just busting out some fantastic ideas. I love the idea of them being kind of mossy. Theory, they do the Batman turn. Oh, the like they turn with they turn their heads with their shoulders. I know exactly what you mean. The Christian Bale head turn. Okay, I'm off to bed now. All right, go. You go sleep. You go sleeps. Cryo, it's been lovely to have you here. That's because I breathe fantasy stuff. That makes sense. That's very fair. I love it. No, and I love workshopping this stuff with y'all because it's fun. You know, if we're gonna try and make a race that's more like with its own kind of style and look in the series, then I definitely want to like workshop it with all of you because you're gonna have good things to say. Night night, sleep well. It looks like that. It looks like the Rancor. His face it looks very Rancorish. I might do a little bit of zhuzhing, zhuzhing of the eyes a little bit, because it could be D&D. Like I don't mind the little eyes, like the little eyes, but I do find his face to be very weird. Cow nose, yeah, very cow nose esque, but I don't mind that because that's almost like Furbolg esque, and Furbolgs are kind of giant kin. I think it's the nose. The nose doesn't help in that sense. The nose definitely is rancorish, yeah, but I like the nose. If you catch my drift. D&D troll. What do they do for the eyes with the D&D troll? Just eyes. Just eyes, you know. As is. As my pen. And also the teeth. The teeth mixed with the eyes, definitely rancorish. I don't like the way he's looking at me. He's weird. The Troll King under the mountain in The Hobbit might be worth a look. Oh yeah, that one's definitely more human, like humanoid. Let me grab my references. The first image that showed up about the Troll King was the was the Lego version. Oh, he's called the Goblin King. That's all good. He's shown up anyway. His beard is horrible, or his like goiter beard is horrible. I do like that actually. The mix is good. The eye, like big eyes, the nose, definitely more humanoid, but definitely good. I kind of like that. We might do something a little bit more like that. Just give it, because also it's more expressive with the big eyes. That's terrifying. Uh, do a mix of them. Just keep like the nostril like, because it's not the philtrum, but it's like it just keeps going. The nose just keeps going. It's almost like he's got a snotty nose and he just won't wipe it. Give him just human eyes and it's horrible. It's very weird. And no brow as well, no brow to speak of. Kind of want to give him just a thuggish, thick brow, but that's not gonna work there. Big buggy eyes. Definitely bring the eyes down. Bring the eyes down just a touch. Because that is so bloody vivid. Go back to small, stubby-ish eyes. Not these massive arrow weaknesses. I mean, also fairly good option is also the I can't remember what they're called, but from Legend of Zelda, the with the one eyes. That's what they're called, the gubs. Just looked up Breath of the Wild big guys. I got it. Got what I needed. I mean, they're also showing me a lot of pictures of Hestu for some reason. That's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Just to give the look a bit more shape. The Hinox, Hino. I don't know how you pronounce that. They have ears, though. Still don't like that he's smiling at me. Makes me feel weird. No smiling. Not for trolls. You get to be sad. I keep making him smile. It's weird. It makes me giggle. But it's not the intention. Maybe your troll's a softie? Yeah. I think so. He's just a sweet guy. Sweet little guy. I think that is what it is, right? We're definitely going to give him a mossy kind of look to it, too, because I don't think we can just leave him like he is. He's got to be. He's got to look a bit, yeah, mossier. But this is definitely taking shape, like a good shape too. Could probably use my brush tool as well for like his boils and pustules and stuff. If you hit him, then you're gonna get all that like D&D acid dropped on you. Because there's a certain troll that does that, isn't there? Who's like if you hit him with a certain type of like damage, he'll spill acid everywhere. Also had an idea for the eyes. A slight idea. No, not the band. Give me frog eyes. The frog eyes. No idea, I just know to burn them. Yes, yeah, so that they don't regenerate. Yeah, that's way better. Frog eyes. There we go. There we go. That's a good look. I like him. I like him. He seems like a chill dude, sort of. As long as you don't threaten his testes, which I have not drawn. Giving him pants. Got to give him pants now, because I do not feel safe to give him pants for this time around. In the comic, full testicles. No, not doing that. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't deserve to get in trouble. That's not fair. Mossy frog-eyed troll, I'm sensing a theme. Lily pad modesty leaf under the pants. Other than pants. Oh god. I mean, yeah, that would be fitting. That would be fitting. Makes sense. Definitely lily pad. Like the inclusion of lily pads makes a lot of sense too. I like it. I like where your head's at. And he also needs hair. Hair of a sort. Or fur. Something like that of a sort. Just do it at the ears. Like this. My god. That is actually weirdly horrible. Somehow just weirdly awful. Something about that. Just don't like it. Danny DeVito. Oh yeah, that's what makes me so uncomfortable about it. It looks like Danny DeVito in a sense, but less charming and handsome. Of course. Also realistically, it's gotta have a butt, so there's gotta be a little bit more depth to his pants. Or lily pad or what have you. I also kind of like the idea of like with what Polyphemus in Hades 2 had, where it could almost seem like he's come out of a lake recently, so he's just too lazy to get the lake detritus off of him. So he's got lily pads and things like that on him, hanging off him. Could even put a lily pad on his head, but I'm also worried about that being misinterpreted as Moni Stera, which would be a bit rude. Lake troll. Lake troll. Yeah. I like the idea. I'm gonna put a I'm gonna put a lily pad on his head, like a hat or a hood. Just a big lily pad. Because also it makes sense with the amphibious kind of look about him, all this kind of stuff. It's all very fitting that he'd be a lake troll. And then we get a figure of a creature who is, or we get like insight into a creature in a world that has creatures like lake trolls, who are these big hulking beasts that seem to just hang out in lakes and look froggy and probably have gills. Do frogs have gills? Maybe not. Frog lore me. Do we make? Do we give him it and the weak testicles? I don't know if that's a thing. I was gonna suggest it, but I didn't want to make too many suggestions. So you getting there by yourself means it was meant to be. Yeah, I think so. We make a froggy kind of lake troll kind of guy. I like it. I like that a lot. Uh, just looking at some frogs right now. Human frog eyes. Why are they telling me that? Why are they? Why is that on my searching? Frog. Frog. A frog. Oh, and he's got butt cheeks because like that little frog that like goes. Ew! Puddle frog. Desert frog. Hmm. I do kind of like the idea that like trolls are frog-like, in a weird way. You know? Because then like they're still giant kin, but they're more frog-like than they are like humanoid. Like they're still humanoid, of course, but like they are more heavily froggy, given the froggy kind of longer webbed. We keep going back to webbing. I might keep the feet as they are though, just because they're going to be walking on land. I think that probably makes sense that they have more grounded feet than frogs. Awesome. We can get to some line work then on this guy. I like him. I like him. Oh, I kind of like the idea that like he looks very big and unwieldy, but he's probably quite quick in the water. Trolls are so loose in concept, you can do a lot with it. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. I kind of like the idea that maybe in the water the troll is actually like trolls are really fast in water, and that makes them really scary as a sort of threat. Like the idea that these creatures are big and like a crocodile, like a crocodile. Yeah, I really like the idea behind it, like the concept of these creatures that are like they kind of plod along. But then as like in this world they could be used as ferrying like services to ferry things across rivers and lakes. If they are also like an accepted, if wary kind of member of society, like goblins, where they're treated as contributing members of society, but then also people are very wary of them as well. Bridges taking their jobs, so they demand tolls. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It all makes sense. It all fits with the law of trolls. Troll law. I love it. I love when an idea comes together like it has here. It's so cool. Because also I wasn't super keen on drawing trolls because trolls are pretty like meh. A lot of the time they are quite, you know, they are what they are. They're taking our jobs. They're taking our jobs. Oh god, that's actually like that sounds like a frog. And they're like troll UPS or like Australia Post, but for water-based deliveries now. Still keep the lumpiness in because frogs can be kind of lumpy. Oh, prawn. Unprawn. I probably should stretch out. I might do a bit of a stretchy stretch, just a little bit. We've got an hour left to go, so hopefully we can get the line work done. At least. Because I like this guy. He will be appearing in Timberstone. So we will be seeing him real soon. We will see this character real soon. Which I'm very keen for. Oh wait, no, we actually have a pupil, don't we? Zombie Slayer, is that my Lord Mouse? My Lord! Oh, what an also Zombie Slayer. Hello, lovely to see you. First of all, I hope you are doing really, really well. On top of that, hey, we are drawing your troll. News like, what a coincidence! We're drawing your troll that you requested many, many years ago. At this point. But he's being drawn. He's being added to this upcoming chapter. So we're doing some concept art on him, and we've kind of brainstormed a bit of a style for him. It's all coming together. What are the chances that you'd pop in today of all days, that we actually work on your like character? What joy and happiness it fills me to see you, thou'st good king of Twitch streamers and gaming. Yeah, lovely to see you too, zombie. It's been a while. I hope you've been well. Thank you very much, Mouse. No, don't. You don't need to thank me. It was gonna happen. It was gonna happen. As just like a bit of a notice, we've made trolls very frog-like. So they're like water. Oh, geez, they're water-dwelling creatures. Um, so we've made them kind of very, very frog-like in their look and their style, just to give them kind of a more unique style, like look to them, as a mix between, um, D&D and Lord of the Rings kind of trolls. Dope, freaking sick. Always wanted to chill out and vibe in the water. Yeah, like live there. Yeah, well, that's what you can do with this character. They vibe in the water. They will be residing in the lakes of Kaitiaki, and be kind of like a delivery driver, kind of a thing, or not driver, delivery man, delivery troll, as it were. Um, Thank you, Mass. Aggressively bows. Yeah, no, well, they'll be, yeah, lake dweller. Lake dweller. So it should be awesome. It should be super cool. And I've really liked kind of designing this guy. It was fun. It was fun to come to the realization that they just should be frogs. They should be big frogs in a weird way. I've put some lily pads on him and things like that. Gonna be covered in moss. Question: did I say his occupation before? Like security guard, I think was what you had said previously, if I remember. Which he can definitely still be. Yeah, yeah, he can definitely still be a security guard. And if he's a guard for like a bathhouse or anything like that, then it's actually quite fitting. Because he's a big water dwelling creature. It makes sense. It makes sense that he'd want to take baths. What time do we have? Oh, cool. We got an hour. Cool. I should have time to work out some color color spectrum then. Well, look at you, handsome motherfucker. Well, very very troll like, right? Very fitting for a troll. We were working on fundamentals today, so we were working on like hands and stuff. Um, and then we got around to goblin hands, and then that led us on to troll hands. And so I thought, hey, we've drawn troll hands, so we may as well draw a troll, work out the troll, and what it's going to look like. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, cool. Knuckles can be a problem for me sometimes. All of it can be a problem for me sometimes. I remember saying I'm Mouse's troll character, and then I was like, what if I was a troll in my King story? Brain expansion meme. Oh, yeah. No, I remember it well. I ensured not to forget um, that was what you wanted. I know it's in the Discord and stuff, but I wanted to make sure that we kept it in and that it stayed around. Big boil, also very boily. Are the trolls, but I think we knew that. Think we knew that already. Just got boils and stuff. Oh, hold on. Also, a thing like added piece of lore that's kind of just come in is that they're weak. Like trolls' weaknesses are the testicles. I don't know why my voice cracked when I said that. Trolls' weaknesses are their testicles, so they protect them quite quite aggressively. Just so you know. Who wants to do which chat redeem? I will gladly pay for it. No. The larger they are, the harder they fall. Yeah, exactly. The larger the testicles, the harder they fall. Oh, the hell? Oh, ad starts in about 2 minutes. That scared me. That actually startled me. I thought that was like some sort of weird chat glitch for a second. Which it is. Am I right? Ads. God, bloody ads. I don't know. Trying to be a mouse of the people with my claims and hatred of ads. I'm impartial. That's valid. I mean, if I were kicked in the testes, I would legit have to lay down. Oh, yeah, exactly. For trolls, though, if they get hit hard enough, then they turn to stone. Which is it's a brutal life for the old troll, you know? It's a very lumpy elbow, but that's okay. The hell is that? Is that a big... Oh, it's a lily pad hanging off of him. I'm gonna leave that for now. I'll come back to it. I guess that means you could say he could never be rock hard, but I appreciate that you put the buttons in. Because otherwise I wouldn't have been certain it was a joke. No, I'm joking. No, exactly. We've been getting testy jokes all while we've been working on this, which is very fitting. It wasn't necessarily my intention to make that their weakness, because I also have no intention of having them be an enemy in the series. They're like a respected and um, understood member of society. Yes, I'm cultured. What's your point? Bye. I don't know what the bye bit was for, but yes, but agreed. Typo. Oh, okay, it's fine. Fair enough, then. Oh man. Should also be fairly. I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be fairly easy to color this character in because I don't know that for certain. It could be a nightmare to color in. Find out though. The troll is now by. Ah, nice. Let them love whoever they want to love. I can appreciate that. It's canon. It's canon. Troll is now by. Just happens like that. No control over it. That actually makes his foot look tilted out. Hold on. Do it like that. Leave it there. Leave it there, and that's fine. Grey mouse. Super random, but I read every Dishonored book as of a few weeks ago. Oh wow, you've gotten through them all. That's awesome. How'd you like them? Tell me about them, because I'm not going to be reading them myself, because I just don't have that attention span. Like, I love them. I love the games, but I just don't have the attention span. You'd have a belly button. Oh wait, no, frogs don't have a belly button. Oh my god. I just had a thought. Yes to all three. Nice. I just had a thought. Hear me out, guys. So trolls, these trolls are like, they're more frog-like than human. They have humanoid features, of course, but they're more frog-like than anything. Does that mean that they lay eggs? Then I need honestly, you know what? Thank goodness the ad's in progress. But I need people to hear my thoughts on this right now. Is that, do they have eggs? I really enjoyed the return of Dowd. It takes place concurrently with two, and we see Emily escape the tower from Dowd's POV. Oh, that's cool. No, but I need you, I need you to weigh in. No, need you to weigh in on this egg thing. I need you to weigh in on this egg thing. This egg question that I'm having. It's great. No, please keep telling me about Dishonored, because I actually am very curious about this. Are trolls born normally? That's my question. That's my question. You know, like, so if trolls are more amphibian like per se, then one could assume that they aren't born through like pregnancy, but instead are born through like eggs. And that's my question. That's my question. Is that eggs? Eggs? No eggs? Yay, nay. Or do they come into existence a different way? Different way. Yeah, good question. Good question. I think they're just humanoids. I like to think that they live and die as we do, but it's your wacky world. Oh, that's fair. But I'm also like, I need to ask. I feel like, yeah, maybe just troll babies, troll babies born by troll parents. I think that's the easiest answer. But wouldn't it be cool to see just a lake full of troll baby sized tadpoles? Or not tadpoles, but spawn? It's kind of terrifying if you think about it that way. If these were like aggressive, evil creatures, then that's a terrifying thought. You know? You picking up what I'm putting down? Troll babies enter the world. Yeah, how do the troll babies enter the world? Is this too big of a question for a Sunday night? I don't know. I don't know. It's very distressing. I won't lie. It's a distressing thought that I had to share. How do they appear? Tell me. Tell me. As if I'm demanding that you have the answers that I don't have. What are the but also on from that? What are the what are the moral implications of caviar in this world? I mean, they're not fish people, sure, they're amphibians, but Triton. Think about it. Triton. There's a book about Billy Lurk, Megan Foster, after after the events of the Death of the Outsider DLC. Ooh, that's interesting. That I would be curious to know about, because like I don't know what happens after that point. I was about to say no one does, but they do because they have this book. No, no, you're right. Do fish dwellers eat other fish dwellers? I mean, it does happen. Yeah, yeah. Like it's like the nature of the world, or just like animal kingdom. Is that you know animals eat other animals, fish other eat other fish. You know that happens. But do humans eat caviar? But what's morally correct? Yeah. Do fish like do Triton are Triton born as caviar or not caviar as fish eggs, or are they babies? As in humanoid in babies. We're gonna lore accurate with tradition. Trolls, folk of old would see trolls' faces out of rocks and stones as they are looking at crags and such. So who knows how they're born, if at all? Maybe they just emerge. Otherwise, I just consider trolls as giants, synonymous. They enter marriages and have children as humans do. Yeah, that is fair. I think that also grounds us quite a bit because we like. I think because also the trolls are kind of considered forest spirits. So I like the idea that maybe trolls come about through magic, like like you said with stone, like with the stones and stuff. And we have that trolls, depending on where the stone emerges, dictates what kind of a troll they are. Lake trolls are built different. Yeah, lake trolls are just built different. Um, they're just built super different. No, but I like the idea that like, yeah, they're born of stone, and so that's what gives them their like immense hulking brutish strength. But then also they can kind of come and appear anywhere, sort of. And so if they appear in like a stone in the desert, like they appear in sandstone, then they become sand trolls. If they appear in lakes, they become lake trolls. If they appear just in stones in a forest, they become forest trolls. I kind of like that because it gives it a bit more grounding. And then as a result, trolls in this world kind of exist as more spirits. Hey pops, how you doing? Thank you for the compliment. Nice idea. I think so. Yeah, that they kind of exist more so as bulwarks against um, mistreatment of nature, if you know what I mean. And so yeah, as a result, they kind of will adapt to whatever the nature that they are protecting is and where they're from. Yeah. Honestly, thank you for talking me down from eggs because that would have been really scary. Different trolls is cool. At least in Lord of the Rings, the weakness of some trolls do have a weakness to sunlight, but some don't. The trolls in the actual Lord of the Rings movie don't talk, but the three trolls in the first Hobbit movie do talk. Yeah, that is a good point, isn't it? There's a lot of like, a lot of kind of unique inconsistencies, as it were. Well, not inconsistencies, but differences. Differences. Um, they bred the trolls that don't turn in sunlight in for the war. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah, which is also kind of like a historical context to them as well, which is very interesting. Or like historical explanation to why they are the way they are. The ones in Lord of the Rings movie roar and stuff, but in The Hobbit they have super British Cockney accents. Yeah, but I think maybe the ones that roar and stuff were bred as well, so they were probably bred to be stupid. Well, not stupid, but more animalistic, as opposed to being um, eloquent and like humanoidy. I think, which would make sense because orcs. The smartest of the orcs are the Urukai, and they were bred to be generals and leaders and stuff in their army. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was the same thing with the trolls. Is that they weren't bred to be intelligent, domesticated or not domesticated? Yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what I think it is, maybe. But I also haven't read the books, so I don't know for certain. There may be like a very simple explanation from the books, and then you're just like, oh, cool, that's why. It's because those trolls were given the Bimber Sibilius, and it allows them the ability to talk, but only on the pretense that they never agree. And so they end up arguing with each other constantly, or whatever. I don't know. Tolkien would have had something for a lot of that. So are trolls wild or bred? Good question. Good question. I feel like our figuring out of trolls has only bred more questions, built more questions up. I feel like we are no closer to truly understanding trolls. Even in my own, even in my own story, such complicated beings are the trolls. All we know for certain about trolls in this world are that they have three fingers. I heard rain in the lo-fi and it actually freaked me out. I thought there was somebody touching my mic, but I'm like, the mic is in front of me. I'm not touching it. Ghost. We're probably going to need to have this conversation again once we get to giants as well. Because giants are going to be interesting. Because actually, interestingly enough, and I'm surprised that this didn't come up sooner, but giants in my world have biological similarities to jellyfish. As I've currently designed them, is that they have biological kind of similarities to jellyfish. At least the cloud giants that I've done concept for. They have no brains. Sad. Yeah. No brains. No brains. It's weird that there's specific distinction between trolls and giants as both are fairly human-esque. Yeah, it's. I mean, as we've kind of come to understand through tonight's stream, is that we're learning that there is a lot of not inconsistencies, but debate over trolls and giants. Don't get me started. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. No, I like that. Just, oh yeah. I'll just don't even get me started. It's a big whole thing. Whole thing. I'll Norse mythology all over your stream. It'll be a fucking mess. I mean, I don't mind that. I wouldn't mind learning. You know. So if you want to have a bit of a ramble, you're very welcome to do so. I'm currently working on stuff, so you can definitely have a ramble if you'd like. They've given you permission. Now, it's like go quick. You've been provided with the permission. Go. Yeah. Get that Mossin. I also like Norse mythology. I find it very fascinating, but I know so little about it. Truly. Well, I'll try to nutshell it. Yeah, please, like, give me the spark notes if you don't feel like having a bit of a ramble. Man, what am I going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow's my day off, so I could just chill out. Might work on some commissions, but I'll also just treat myself to a little bit of a me day, bit of a grey mouse day. Where I'm gonna just send mean comments to. Actually, no, I like everybody in my community. Probably put on a stream, go to a cafe, have a little bit of a coffee. Yeah, that sounds good. Actually, that sounds like a good day to old Grummy. Then work on some commissions. Maybe get some commissions done, get some of that sweet, sweet cash in. Maybe open up commissions for more. Yeah. Buy myself a nice gaming computer. Yeah. Sounds great. Sounds perfect. Now we get to do face shadows, which are my favorite shadows to work on. Love them. Ooh. Troll is like a general description, and they are associated with nature's spirits, in quotation marks, that are corporeal and sometimes magic in nature, but are ugly. There is no consistency in size in myths or anything like that. it is a vibe. And they generally live among rocks, in caves, in forests, and those sorts of places. A giant can be a troll. A Jotun can be a troll. A person can be a troll. Ah. Hmm. Interesting. Look at this handsome. Offensive words I shouldn't say, but I mean with good intentions. Oh. He handsome. He a handsome guy. He got a face. He got a face. He's got a very sweet face as well. While I was doing his draft as Zombie Slayer, I really struggled to make him look mean. He just ended up looking very sweet all the time. Like his previous versions look really, really like just very happy and chill. And I was like, this isn't turning out how I intended it to. Like I wanted him to look slightly scary, and that just didn't work out. He just kept looking very sweet and charming and very polite. And I'm just like, well, of course they're going to let him in Timberstone. He seems very nice. He seems quite polite and friendly. I like him. Like, I feel disarmed by him, you know? Our modern science brains think of these mythological creatures as separate species, but the reality to a medieval person is that there are many interpretations for one word. Ah, interesting. Until he eats you. That's true. Then he's not so sweet. Yeah. Then he's a bit. Then he may have crossed a line. I'll put my. I'll put. I'll say it. I'll say it. He's probably crossed a line once he's eaten a small person. Oh yeah, that's right. Parker sends his love and says hello. Hey, Parker. I hope Parker is well. Sleeping well, eating well, pooping good, as dogs are meant to. Pooping good and often, as it were. Because he's got a lily pad. His face is kind of covered, or his head's kind of covered, occluded in the shadow. Ooh, let me take a moment to refresh my mind. Do I? Oh, I'm gonna have to draw dragons at some point as well. Ooh, I'm excited. Ooh, I'm excited about making a fantasy series because I get to draw a bunch of fantasy creatures. But also, it's like, oh, I gotta draw a dragon, and then dragons are like really complicated and beautiful, and I'm gonna have to get Jasmine in. Oh, hydrate. Good luck with dragons. 6 limbs. Oh god, you're right. Yeah, wings and shit. How am I gonna do the anatomy on that? Ugh. Gonna be a bloody nightmare. Hydrate. I got my drink, as you can see. Um, no, but I'm keen. I've done a few like drafts of some dragons and stuff. But yeah, I'll need Jasmine in if I'm gonna be able to draw a good dragon. Because Jasmine is the expert. Jasmine Zelma. For those of you who do not get my reference. A resident dragon drawer. Just gonna go and bother them. I'll be like, how you draw dragons? How you do it? I don't understand. Just there for hours while she tries to work, and I'm just like, help me. Teach me. Just insufferable. Insufferable little mouse. Begging. Begging for dragon and drawing tips. That's what I gotta do, is that I just gotta find skilled artists at particular creatures that I intend to draw the week I work on drawing them, and I'm like, there, I'll go bother them. I'll go seek them out. Such a great part of. I mean, I'm not actually going to do that because that would be very bothersome. Bothersome for them all, so I'm not going to do that. But it is one of the joys of knowing artists here on Twitch, is that you just get to kind of, you can run over and go chat with them, spitball ideas, learn how they do what they do so well. Selma, she hasn't been on in a while. They've got the sickness. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. I hope they're recovering and I hope they're taking time for themselves. Um, my guff can wait. Their recovery is very important. Okay, get the boils first. Because we're going to do a little bit of boil adjusting for the details layer. First, get that. Dragons are hard to draw. Tis true, though. Yes, definitely, definitely. It is. It takes a skilled. Oh Jesus Christ! I just bumped my keyboard. Um, takes a skilled illustrator for that is for certain. Go lighter. Could probably go even lighter than that as well. We'll start here. We'll move on. Just learn to draw a lizard, bat, and snake, and you're good to go. Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're right. That'll make it really simple, actually. Just draw all of those. Or a horse. Or a horse, yeah. Horse would work. Horse with wings. Pegasus. Bat. So that would still require the bat, right? Yeah. What parts of the animal do I need to draw a convincing uh dragon, bat, lizard, horse. Horse, bat, lizard. Yeah, yeah. It's all coming together in my brain. Instructions unclear. Accidentally drew a centaur with with the head body of a bat and a head of a lizard and a body, well, a lower body of a horse. Like this. Hold on. Like this. Horse. Uh, bat. Lizard. All together wrong. No. Smacks hand with ruler. No. You've done it wrong. You idiot. You fool. This is not what I told you to do. You've taken the assignment too broadly in the wrong direction, Grey Mouse. You're a curse. You're a mistake. It's like, oh no, Grey Mouse, no, you've done this so wrong. I also love that I'm gonna be sending this to Moni Stara, and I'll be like, oh, your cameo's done, and she's gonna be so angry with me because she wears a lily pad hat. She's gonna be so mad at me. It's gonna be crazy. She's gonna be so mad. Yeah, a VTuber who is like is like a is like a lake spirit essentially. Um, and I'm just like, and she's been really keen to find out what her like if she gets a cameo or not and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, it's done. She's gonna be so mad at me. She'll never forgive me. She'll try and She'll try and get me banned on Blue Sky, like my community has been trying to do for shits and gigs, because they're mean. There we go. He's looking good. It's a good looking troll. I do say so myself. Meet Joe the mechanic, who is a lake spirit. Yeah. This is just Joe the mechanic, lake spirit, troll. Cool dude. Of course, always cool. Yeah. I might make him slightly damp as well. not to be gross or anything, but like just make them slightly damp when it comes to like the final touches. Learned a kind of new way of doing highlights and stuff. But this is kind of how I do highlights for hair and things anyway, so it all works out. But yeah, nice and sharp. Slight highlighting here, here and there, just for the skin. I didn't do any like cell shading on him, but that's fine because I kind of know where the cell shading is going to go for this guy. So I'm gonna leave it. Gonna let it be. We just get to enjoy him as he is. But I also I like the idea that like spirits and stuff don't have to be pretty, like pretty creatures. They can be just like horrible, big trolls and stuff like that. I find that fun. What if he just has a wife that is just a normal sentient frog? I kind of like that. Just a sentient frog. Yeah, I could. I kind of, yeah, I kind of enjoyed that. Something about it is just so funny. Just like the idea that his wife is like a normal human-sized sentient troll. Not troll, sentient frog. My brain, I got trolls on the mind. Just a sentient frog. Yeah, I like it. People think she's a pet at first, and then the wife gets really offended. I like that a lot. She's like on his back every so often, just hanging out with him, spending time with him. It's very sweet. Take your wife to work day. Yeah, exactly. That's wicked. I love that. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so into that. I'm actually gonna just turn his whole lower bit like a frog. Just turn it into make it a lighter color, just to give him kind of more texture or stylization with him, and then throw in a few dots like freckles, but just yeah spots. It's very subtle, of course. Almost like a frog stubble. Yeah, yeah. He still looks very sweet, sweet and charming. Not how I intend. Well, not how I initially intended for this to go, but it's definitely stolen my heart. Convinced me to like trolls more. He seems alright. Well, just scrolled straight down. And also, it's fun to make like very weird or strange looking characters as well. Not just your classically beautiful characters, you know? go for something a little bit against the norm, just for fun. Of course you love him. This is your art son. Of course you love him. I do. Here's my beautiful art son. He's perfect in every way. And rightly so. Rightly so, too. Just checking the time. Yeah, we are almost done for today. And we've done a good deal of good. No nips? No, because I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch. And also, he's an amphibian, so I don't feel like he would have nips. Amphibians don't have nips. Frogs don't have nips. Lol, I understand. Yeah, fair enough. You get it, you get it. I don't need to explain. Don't need to explain myself to you. Man, man, Blastoise has really taken a... Not Blastoise, sorry, What's the grass one? The grass one that very few people take. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's taken a dive. Bulbasaur has not aged well. That's what I wanted to say. Forgot to add this shadow. Male nips are allowed, else Kratos would be wearing t-shirts. That's a good point. It's a cruel world, cruel unjust world. Little nips be fine. There we go. And then just added minute details. Just adding a few mushrooms. And I was going to make him look a little bit damp as well. Just because, like, give him the look that he's just coming out of the swamp. Slightly faint, kind of. This stuff. It's kind of not visible anywhere else. So, they almost look like the Australian, like, core cats as well, which is kind of funny now. He truly is your son. You have similar eyes. We do. It's my baby boy. Oh, Jesus. It's my baby boy. We got the same eyes. Got the same eyes and whimsical smile. Probably same reading comprehension too, if I'm being real. It's all got so many similarities. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We got a nice little concept art out. Cannot complain. That's for sure. Oh, but we got a few minutes left, so we're just gonna add the tiniest little details in. And then head out. Can't wait to post this. Then people will be like, oh my god, this is not as... This is one of the most beautiful looking characters you've done lately. But people will know I have range, then I don't just draw beautiful, classically beautiful characters. I also draw... Good job, thank you. I also draw asymmetrical beauties as well. I highlight the beauty in one's soul, not just in their attractive features. There we go. It's a nice bit of shine. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, just not the ones with the eye beams. Yeah, true, true. don't have any beholders on the list yet, so I won't be drawing them for a while. So we could just have the good ones, the good beholders. Oh shit. Just did the wrong thing. Just wrong layered it, you know? As is my want. Could give it some webbing. I love a good bit of webbing now. Gotta take Doggo out and do other night things. If I miss the end of your stream, take care. You too, Sunny. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you popping in, helping out. It's been very, very good. And very much appreciated, for sure. I hope to catch you again soon. Sure I will. But if not, take the bestest of care. It's a lot of green that we're working with. Heh, winku. I think that's kind of it, other than the eye color, which I just needed to be something else. Just had to be something else, you know? There we go. This is Zombie. Zombie Slayer. Zombie Slayer's character. I don't necessarily want to be like, oh, this is Zombie Slayer. This is him. I think, but that is good. Oh, I'm just gonna do like a stretch and wind down now, as we have been drawing for about 4 hours. And y'all have been sitting for about that long, maybe longer. Let's definitely stretch out your joints, stretch out your bones. Stretch out anything that could be stretched. You got socks on, stretch out the socks. Just cause, good to stretch them out. Don't want them getting tense. Stretch out your fingies if you've been drawing. Oh. Oof. Stretch out your internal organs so there's no gas for which to burp, like I have been doing. Big troll, gonna export that. And I definitely don't think we would have reached Frog Troll unless we had actually done some of that fundamental training. But I think that's also a good thing to do to start my streams off with as well, is just to punch out some fundamentals and just iron out things that I've been getting wrong. Well, not getting wrong, but things that I need to refine as my art style refines and becomes more certain. It's all very important. You don't want to lose track of the fundamentals as your style starts to come in, because if you do that, then things get weird and you start drawing like big thumbs, big or giant eyes that don't fit the anatomy. You don't want that. Popping the troll on the Discord. Looking at a giant spider web that engulfed a tree in Texas in 2015, I believe, for an art piece I may do. Ooh, that's cool. That'd be a fascinating little piece to work on. A giant spider's web. Ooh. Reminds me of like certain parts of Australia where the cobwebs look like snow. They're that thick and pervasive and around. It's horrible. I can drop a link if you'd like to have a look. Oh yeah, please do. Please feel free to drop a link. I would be keen to check it out. Taking my glove off because my office has gotten quite warm, so I've just been sweating through my drawing glove, which is not the good. Giant spider. Oh god, that's horrifying. Yeah, but that is just the pick alone is nuts. Oh, incredibly. That's terrifying to look at. But that is very similar to the, yeah, something that happens in Australia's like winter or something like that, where a bunch of spiders will just make like cobwebs like that over trees and bushes, and it looks like it's been snowing. It looks like a fine layer of frost on things, and it's just cobweb, and it's horrible. It's I'm not afraid of spiders. I just don't. Actually, I don't even dislike spiders, but I find that amount of spiders is too much. It is too unsettling and too icky. It's like the agreed, yeah, exactly. No, like ugh, it's too much. When I was in Gatemba in Japan, hey, I'm dropping more Japan stuff. But when I was in Japan, in rural Japan, in a town called Gatemba, there is a there were spiders that were huge. If I gotta give you a visual representation. Oh, my hand. So to give you a visual representation, um, so this is my mouse hand. It's my little, it's my normal sized mouse hand. Okay, normal sized, normal looking, fairly normal mouse hand. The spiders, oh Jesus, I almost just filled in the entire thing. Spiders were about that big. So almost like larger, like almost fully larger than my hand. And they were everywhere. Everywhere. And it astounds me that Australia is known as like, I mean, poisonous spiders, sure, for sure. Dangerous? I have no idea. I didn't look into it. I just avoided them. Um, they looked pretty sinister, for sure. They kind of had oh, like yeah, like I definitely just avoided them. They had like little green butts and like they were green and black essentially. Oh, hey goblin, enjoy your look. Just talking spiders. They kind of look like that. And they were nasty looking little creatures, and I was like, I don't want to find out if they're poisonous or not. I mean, I'm just gonna avoid them as much as I can. Orb weavers here look scary but aren't harmful to humans, but not anywhere near that large. Yeah, they were massive, and yeah, just everywhere. Like there, because I was in the mountains and stuff like that. There were trees and forests everywhere, and in Japan, they had a lot of these kinds of trees where it just goes like straight up, and then you get the tree like you get the tree at the top, like here, like the bush bit up here at the top, and maybe you get like a few here and there, like that. Um, but so as a result, like this tree and then the next tree are like that. But then you'd have cobwebs that looked like just like this between two trees. Yeah, and of course they were like beautifully intricate and stuff like that. And then you just have one giant spider in the middle of it. Just icky. Icky. I don't dislike spiders, or I don't hate spiders or anything like that. But seeing them like that, I'm just like, ugh. Like, what do they eat? Birds, bats, people? Yeah, I saw just a small child trapped in it, trapped in its net, in its web. That's nuts. Yeah. Um, just yeah, in a hole because it's Japan. It was like There's also just a a whole family mart trapped in it as well. So just a convenience store trapped in the web because the web had been there longer than the family mart had been. Yeah, it was icky. It was real icky. But I have stalled for long enough so we can actually raid out as well. A tour bus. Oh yeah, a tour bus full of American tourists were also in there. They sadly flattened the child, but that was going to happen because the tour bus was very big. Just like I'm like if I'm just close enough to time, I'll just regale you all with a tale of something I've done recently. This is where Tales from the Grey kind of came from. Just a bunch of American tourists trapped in there. Sadly, I saw plenty of American tourists as well while I was in Japan. Um, but that shouldn't be surprising. Saw plenty of tourists from all over the world while I was in Japan. But it was kind of hard to tell after a certain point because everyone was speaking Japanese. We are everywhere. You are, and that's not a bad thing. Japan's great. Japan's a great place to travel to, so I fully get it. Anywho, let's prep to leave. Let's prep to make our way somewhere else. We're gonna raid. Just need to find out who is live currently. Oh, if anybody has any suggestions, please feel free to provide them. I'm happy to take them. I know it's Sans Day, but I'm also keen to see who else is live. They're playing Minecraft. That's cute. Sorry, that sounded so sarcastic and mean. I don't mean that to be. It is cute. Gobbling for Coin is currently live. Monster Hunter Generations. Ooh, going against the mold. I feel like we're gonna go say hi to Allura. They are currently playing Elden Ring, so it should be a very chill time. So yeah, let us begin our. Ooh, they're currently in. Is that no? That's not Ray Lucaria. Might be Ray Lucaria. Doesn't matter. We'll find out. Let's go say hi. Thank you all so much for being here. I will be back again tomorrow with more of the comic. So let's get back into it. I hope we can get another page done, but we shall see. Anyway, go with the rainbow in somebody else's day. You've done more than enough here. Bye.